Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It is me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again for another day of Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in, Sunny Prime. What you up to, Eliza? What's up, Primal? Good to see you again, Super Buckshot. Aced for the 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Aced. That is very, very appreciated. The hype train to get ourselves started today. Welcome on in, Dalen. What's up, Dova? And Dova, thank you very much for your tier 1 for 6 months. That's super generous of you. Welcome on in, Dalen, Rogue. How you doing, Cardi? What's up, Corolius? How you doing, everybody? Gren, good to see you again. Aced, again, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you. What is up, y'all? If you want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, all that jazz. You know, do the Twitch sub, Prime sub, all that good stuff. Or, you know, sound alerts or biddies or anything like that. Okay, we don't have an Echo. We don't have a Cardi. Where are my friends? You're waiting for a friend to show up. What the heck, Cardi? Abandoning me? For someone more important than me? Story of my life. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Okay, who wants to join me for Steel Meridian or... what do we got? Steel Meridian or Cephalon Suda dailies? Let's start with Steel Meridian as usual. Who would like to join today? Been enjoying the latest Terraria update. Ooh, how are you doing it? I saw you put up something that had stuff to do with more summons and... well, you know me. I do love my summony things. Alrighty, anyone want to join me for the good old standby dailies? Got room for 3, otherwise I'll just go to quickly bang them out myself. It's not too hard. Gran, what'd you send over? A Sevagoth? Some builds are actually crazy now. Summoner weapons have their own reforges now. I don't know really what that means, but that sounds really cool. Hey, Josher, been a while. How you doing? You would, but you just woke up? That's okay. You love summons? Really annoys DMs, though? Yeah, summons cause a lot of problems in D&D, but they are a ton of fun. Okay, so you're running expertise for a little bit of extra shields. You are running a fairly decent strength value, so you'll get a little bit of shields out of it. You're probably rocking about 1,000 with the amount of strength that you have. No helmets to note, arcane energize, and rolling guard and sort of shield gatey stuff there. Yeah, looks good to me. Nothing really to say there. I don't know if expertise is the right way to go about it, but it doesn't look bad. Hey, Grim, how you doing today? Arcane Reaper, Arcane Strike, decent range or high range, decent duration, good strength values. Looks good to me. Ganji, been following me for a while. First year live, you're in. Well, welcome on in. Hoping you're doing well. And Shadow Claws. Yeah, it's 1010. You have strength chart on it. Okay, cool. Healing return just for some extra healing. Hey, Blue, how you doing today? Welcome on in. Also, everybody, if you are already someone who likes to hang around here, we're 9 tier 1 recurring subs away from hitting Partner Plus for the month. We do need to hit 3 months in a row to do that, so we're pretty dang close. Pretty dang close to that. Hey, Beef, how you doing? Might be able to join in a bit, depends on your friend showing up in time. It's all good. Condition Overload, Galvanized Steel. I would probably run Galvanized Steel, not Sacrificial Steel, sorry. You have enough crit chance that between Blood Rush and that, you should be sitting at some pretty good red tiers. So I'll probably swap that over and get that extra critical damage. Otherwise, looks fine here. Yeah, it looks fine. Alrighty. Norse, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub and continuing the hype train. Hope you're doing well. -8 slots on Zaku? No, that was the Exalted Weapons don't show up there. The Exalted Weapons stance mod doesn't show up, so that was the stance mod missing from Sevagoth Shadow Claws. Okay, anybody for some Steel Meridian dailies? You had surgery, Norse, so I hope it went well and hope you're recovering quickly and easily. Doing good. Got a shift later today instead of the morning shift, so it feels weird to be here so early on a Saturday. Well, you know what? I appreciate you being here. Grim, you want to join? Sure. AW_Stellar. And Grim is your in-game name. Yes, it is. You got new friend shape. I saw your new friend, Echo. Do you want to come join us for our dailies? How's the new little lizard friend settling in? Grim, can you restart your game? It says that the invite could not be sent to you. You may need to restart your game there. Hope I'm feeling better. I'm okay. It's, you know, just depression doing depression things. There's not much I can do about that. He's already getting used to hands. Ooh, that's good. Hands are useful. I've been told. I've got big hands. You know what big hands means? It means my hands don't fit in my pockets usually. If you friend me, yeah, sure, Beef. You're more than welcome to. Okay, Grim, let me know when you've restarted your game. Hopefully we can get you in. And as I said, everybody, we are just a few points away from hitting Partner Plus this month. We do need to do it for 3 months in a row, so we're pretty dang close. We're only 9 tier 1 or 1 tier 3, 1 tier 2, 1 tier 1 away from getting the next. Cardi, can you join? Cardi, we already have Grim coming. You spent time, you said no, and you've been replaced. I'm joking, you haven't been replaced. Grim's having some issues getting into the squad here. So we'll give Grim a second, and if not, then we'll grab you. For you, it means that you hate using 90% of coffee mugs. True and real. How dare you? How dare you swear at me, Cardi? Jeesh. Give the boy a treat? Okay. Treat myself? I don't have any treats. But I do have a treat for the boy. Hey Jay, how you doing today? Okay, we'll give Grim one more try here, see if we can get them in. And if not, we'll grab Cardi here. Yo, Whackbluff, how you doing today? If any of you want in for the hype train, feel free. You know, anyone got those Twitch Prime subs? All that goodies. Remember back in the day when we had the Suffering Redeem? Yeah, unfortunately, I brought back the Suffering Redeem, but I did... okay, Grim, we'll grab you for the Suda dailies if you want to join us for that. Because I know Cardi will be taken off for that one. Sure thing, doing good. How about me? I'm alright. I'm surviving. Depression do be depression. So not much I can do about that, but you know, is what it is. Gloom on Excal is pretty nice, and Arcane Universal Follow keeps you at max energy, solo or just quick style missions. Oh, cool, yeah. Absolutely, especially if you ran Influence with Influence with that, so then you get the radiation spreading quite easily. It ends up being a ton of energy for him. Never bring back Suffer? No, unfortunately, people decided to try to weaponize Suffer against me and thought that it was just fun watching me actually suffer rather than just like, you know, making it something fun and enjoyable, so I had to get rid of it. JP, tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you so much, JP. Yeah, so the Suffer has unfortunately lived its life. Maybe we'll bring it back for when we're doing the subathon at the end of the month. Maybe. Maybe. Need to run Steel Path to finish off your star chart? Ooh, yeah, I still haven't even finished off my star chart myself. Thank you very much, JP, Norse, Aced, and Dova for the hype train. Appreciate you all. Of course, Ace with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Ace, for the continuous generosity and helping to support the community. It's really, really good of you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And if you did get gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you, because that's the right thing to do. I heard someone just pop a air support charge. You won't stand for it? I mean, I don't like standing for it either, but it is good for my posture. It is good for my legs. And I need to get in a little bit better healthy state, so. Okay, it's time to do something funny. Oh no, what's the something funny? Please let it not be a bunch of lizards. Whoa, aced for the four gifted subs? So that you're at 500 subs total. I understand. Yep, I love it. Classy. Classy. And you're at 67 for the month. Okay, that's hilarious that it lined up for being both 500 total and 67 for the month. Even funnier. Godsaku, be fair yourself, loving them. You're a bit confused about the three, which of which of the abilities is best to use. I actually don't use any of the abilities from the third. I helmet over that. Thank you very much, Aced, for the 4 more gifted. Super kind of you. I found a candy. Thinking you're ever gonna go back to Destiny or just done with that game? I think I'm gonna give them like one more expansion to see if they're actually have figured themselves out, or if this is just going to be another Witch Queen into Lightfall scenario again. So I'll probably give them a little bit of time before I decide I'm going back or not. I want to see if this is a trend or if this is an exception. If they've actually fixed themselves, or if they're just this is like the token of good faith to try to make sure that their company doesn't drown so that they can launch Marathon. What's more efficient way to get Uriel? You need those things. The only way to get Uriel is by doing the Descendia. Recently got Zaku, found yourself. Yeah, I don't actually use their base third abilities because I don't necessarily like the base third ability on them. So I run Jade's Phantom Eyes over their third. Playing Soulframe yesterday, and Holy, you're having so much fun playing. Yeah, I gotta go back and give Soulframe another try. We haven't really messed around with it since the old piece came out. Third ability is just kind of whatever nowadays. Yeah, it's like, it's there, but Crucible, yeah, I did actually really like the PvP in Destiny. It was a good time. Have you seen the combat updates for the next Prelude? No, I have not. I didn't watch the dev stream, so I have no idea what's going on. So excited for the virtue changes. Ooh. Hopefully it turns into a good game. Soulframe? Oh, Soulframe's like, I still stand by the statement of I think Soulframe has the opportunity to be bigger than Warframe ever has been. It fits into sort of a play niche that I think a lot of people really enjoy. You know, the fantasy, the slower combat, the sort of just all the aspects of Soulframe, I think is one of those types of games that I think people will really, really enjoy in the long term. What do you run as a helmet? Yeah, so I'm running Phantom Eyes on them. Yeah. What you meant, things the resources to get him. I don't remember what resources are required to craft him. To my recollection, it's both resources from the Purita Rebellion. So you have to run the Purita Rebellion in order to get the resources there.
Beginning stream decode now. Total control.
I don't know how to get a code for that sword skin. You bought the founder pack. Don't know if it's on console. No, you should. If you bought the big founder pack, Kexian, you would get access to it right away. You just have to claim and use the code. Like you have to claim the code off of your Soulframe account. So you log into your Soulframe account, and then you grab the code from there, and then you redeem that code inside of Warframe. So you log in, go to soulframe.com, go to your accounts in soulframe.com, and then if you bought the big founder pack, the Paragon pack, then you get the sword skin for in Warframe. The resources to buy him from Roth? Oh, to buy the blueprints? I think the blueprints are Descendia materials. Like the materials to buy the blueprints from Roth in the cathedral, I think are Descendia materials. We need a fruit punch frame that uses arcane concentration. Do you mean like the ninja game? You bought one of the three? Yeah, I think the Paragon sword skin is only for if you bought the big bundle, not if you bought the smaller bundles. I think it's exclusive to the big bundle. It seems everything struggles. Yeah, that's the uncapped. You got it with the small. Any founder will get the sword skin. Oh, okay. Then I'm misinformed if that's the case. I thought that the Paragon sword was only for the sword skin was only for if you bought the big one. But either way, go to soulframe.com. The code will still be either way on your Soulframe account at soulframe.com, so you can see on there, and it'll tell you if you've got a code for the sword. The easiest way to check would just be to go check. I know, sounds crazy. Into pieces. There we go. Slowly getting the meridian done. Ba-da-da. Yeah, either way, the code will still be on soulframe.com. Baddies. You got the big founders pack, so cool. Now to find the castle. Ooh, castle. Ooh. Fast way to get the descending materials. To get him, you can't find ran the descendia. Found 3, you need 300. Break the boxes, beef. The materials are hiding inside of crates and boxes. Streamer didn't notice you? No, Fizzy, you're too short. I can't see you down there. Tell you about that place at Union? Do you mean Verst? It's Sasha's place inside of Union Station. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second.
Has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Getting sausages then? Yeah, it's right inside of Union Station. It'll be pretty hard to miss it. It's so if you're coming in by the train route, you'll have to go from the Via section into where the Go trains are, and it's pretty noticeable. And I'll shoot you the spelling, so if you need to look it up. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. You're taller now, see? True, you are taller. Yeah, the Paragon sword skin for inside of Warframe is I've thought just for the big pack. What's the best Incarnate weapon for me? I mean, I love the Okina Incarnate. It's probably my favorite Incarnate in the game right now, and it has been ever since it came out. It's very fun. It reminds me of like Risk of Rain stuff, and I love Risk of Rain because of the ceremonial dagger from Risk of Rain 2. So it really reminds me of that, and that's why I really love it. And also, it's really good. And also, Melee Kareen, one of the new arcanes that came with the old piece, is really good with it. The Warframe sword skin isn't the Paragon sword? No, but I thought the Warframe sword skin was called the Paragon sword skin. Hey, Riaz, how you doing? What you up to? Envoy Sphere Longsword Skin. Ah, okay, that's what it's called. I thought it was called the Paragon Sword Skin. Well, silly me. As I always say, been wrong before, be wrong again. You had to go scrub it up? I wish I had a bath that would fit me. I'm too large for my bathtub. Bathtubs are not made for people taller than 5'3". And it makes me sad. How bonkers Archon Intensify is on Oberon now? Yeah, absolutely. It can be very good on Oberon. I think I would still probably go for the Umbras, realistically. Because it's non-conditional, and usually you're surviving a lot of the time with Oberon through his invincibility mechanic from his passive. So I typically wouldn't typically I wouldn't use it because it's only 5% bonus strength, but it's on that conditional, and I just find with the invincibility mechanic of his passive, I tend to find that I'm not healing myself all that much. So that's why I generally don't like. Archon Intensify is really cool on a very small amount of frames. Yeah, and you can always activate it with combat discipline as well, if you feel like you need that. But if you do take a lick of damage, yeah, absolutely. But it's only 5% power strength, so for me, it's just kind of like, I prefer consistency, right? The way that I always look at things is I would always go for consistency over volatility when it comes to builds. So that's why, for me, I would generally default to the 5% less power strength. That's always happening. And then I don't have to be as concerned about it. Opportunity cost? I don't know if I would call it opportunity cost. Yeah, see, and then that's the other side of it too. Umbral Forma is a large part of the problem as well. Like me, I've already invested the Umbral Forma, so it makes sense to use that. But if you don't have the Umbral Forma, then it makes sense to go the other direction. You know what I mean? I get it. I gets it. Yeah, but I'm usually playing some kind of health hybrid tank on him anyway, so I'm usually already going double umbral at least. Do you think expertise would be good on Haro to get more out of his 2? Well, his 2 has a max duration of 2 minutes. So even if you were to go into maxing his 2, like going in with expertise to max out the shields, I don't know if you would actually get much out of it. Because to my recollection has a max duration of 2 minutes. So I don't think that you would be getting a huge amount out of it. Candy. No candy over here. Any candy over here? No candy over here. Is Meatball a good tank frame? Yeah, Meatball's pretty good. He's a pretty tanky boy. With his self-heal, he can go into persistence fairly well if you feel like going that route, as well as he's got a ton of armor. He's generally fairly tanky, and he does have a self-heal, so we can sort of utilize that in that way. Plus, having a ton of health means that you can get the beefy pretty easy. Get the pretty beefy pretty easy. Sometimes doing better today. No, not really, but I'm just I'm getting through the day. Hey Brackham, how you doing?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Someone save the person. Very good, you are. Where's the extract? This way. What's wrong? Oh, just depression. Just good old depression. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any in this area. Silly brain chemicals make the feel bad sometimes. Yep, basically. Not much I can do about it. It's literally just good old clinical depression. Is just what it do be. Oh, there's number 8. Perfect. They usually like to hide 1 or 2 out by extract there. Hey, Bonsai, how you doing? Ooh. Oh, we're eight points away from getting partner +1 for this month. 8 points away. So close. You're finally up before noon for the first time in weeks? Ooh, congratulations. Wait, okay. Okay, Grim, do you want to come join us for Suda? Do you want to come join us for some Suda? Great, but somehow you always seem to join in the serious subjects when you're joining any stream in general? Nah, this wasn't. It was just sort of people asking me how I was doing. Nothing too serious. Not again? You mean the 10-minute survival? For some reason, this thing is still a 10-minute survival. The lone Tenno operative is raiding this ship for supplies. Yeah. You are here to distract the enemy. Trigger the you're hoping to finish Lost Judgment by today? What is Lost Judgment? Soren Kitsune! Oh, hold on. I can spell Sorino no Kitsune. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And you sub for 3 months in advance. Thank you so much. We're almost there. For the Partner Plus, only 7 more. Almost there. Well, for this month. And then you gotta do 2 more months after that. But, listen. First you gotta walk. Spin-off game part of the Yakuza franchise. Ooh, I never played Yakuza. Just never really messed around in that game at all. Gekzil, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Hell yeah. You're hearing Discord, but it's not mine. It's not streamed. No, it is me. It's just I forgot to do something here. After the friendo stream. It's me. No. Sorry. That was Discord. For some reason, through my audio system, it won't separate out the Discord notifications from the Discord actual voice chat. So when I go into party games like we were doing yesterday or Thursday, we were not able to do there. It was all Rue's fault. Everybody can blame Rue for the Discord notifications. It was all Rue. No, I need to go in and fix it so that I know there's a way to do it with Wavelink. I just haven't figured it out. So I just got to figure out how to do that. And then once I do, it's all good. And I know that there is a way and I know how to do it. It's just I haven't done it. It's purely just I haven't gone in to fix it. That's all. We'll take out your anger on me. Story of my life. Sounds about right. Am I standing right now? Yes. I like to use a standing desk while I'm streaming. Just to help with my posture, help with my health a little bit, so that, you know, standing is better than sitting. Well, allegedly. And then, you know, just sort of take care of myself a little bit better. Makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, it's also just because, like, you know, when I'm streaming, I'm usually going for, like, 5-6 hours. And then, like, when I'm working, and then also, this is, like, my relaxing area, because this is, again, my desk, so then I watch movies or play games and that stuff. So, you know, it's just so that I can create a division of space for myself. And Oh, it's behind that wall. I don't know if this will open. Will that open that? Or do I have to get to the end here to open that? Reach the end before the timer finishes. Okay. Any of those doors want to open up? No, I was through it! Fine, I wasn't through it. Be that way. Did that by chance open up this door back here? Or do we get locked out of that candy? Yeah, we got locked out of that candy. Huh. Oh well. Sorry, squad. Wait, did it lock us out of both of those candies? Oh, it locked us out of both of those candies. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Let me through. How many do we got already? Oh, we already got all 6. Perfect. So those last 2 are stuck behind doors. Isn't that just joyous? Oh, the nameless faces. Faces. All right. Well, I guess we wait here for 5 minutes. I guess we wait here for 5 minutes. Die, 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 die. Kuba comb. What do I have on this comb? It is Crux. Okay, I was wondering if this was the Crux comb or if this was the Debilitate comb. But it's the Crux one. I guess we'll just wait here for 5 minutes. Chat, what should we do for 5 minutes? Okay, everybody, let's do rock, paper, scissors. When I say 3, you type rock, paper, scissors in chat. No, Fizzy, you've already lost. No, you've already lost. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, I go first? No, that's not how this works. You're all playing against each other. Let me out! Let this be 5 minutes! Just finish farming Dante? Ooh, Dante is very, very fun. Hey, Blex, how you doing? You need to get off your behind to get the Cova Comb. Honestly, the comb is one of my favorite weapons in the game. Weird that it is in 5 minutes. Yep, these reputation dailies for some reason are 10-minute survivals. And I still don't know why. They should all be 1 rotation. I think at least the survival should be 1 rotation. I think 5 minutes is more than enough. It's probably more than enough. Working on Stynax, but these call missions aren't it. Honestly, the call missions aren't too bad. It's a little bit more annoying than they need to be, I agree. But it's just sort of like slow grind it, which kind of sucks because everybody wants sort of the immediate, you know, I want my cool new frame now, not in like a week or 2. Which is kind of the big problem with Stynax, that you just take so long to farm the parts. But on the plus side, it does mean that it gets over with like slowly and you just kind of work away at it a little bit there. And you need to do the farming anyway if you want to get the Archon mods, so like to get the level rank ups. So yeah, it's not like the greatest, and I think that they do need to improve that. Probably. But, you know, yeah, it's kind of the game, like you said, it's the game's way of, you should go do something else while in between the farms, which is not necessarily the most fun feeling, but it is what it is. I do think that needs, I would have liked to see that different, but what can you do? But we should be finding out if Stynax is our next prime at the end of the month, end of February. So we'll hopefully see there. Hey, no wows, how you doing? I think probably the biggest problem with that is just sort of the time gating to it. Like, nobody likes a time gate. Is Blood Altar really 25% healing per second? Yes, it's, well, it also scales with power strength, so yes. You bought Cynax for 160 platinum? Yeah, honestly, I don't blame you. Pictomancer the frame? Yeah, exactly. Sign me up. Sign me up. Me and Kryl, we going to war. Oh, sweet baby Kryl. I still need to go back and finish off the Dawn Trail stuff. Excited for Cynax Prime? Of course, I'm always excited for new primes. You've not touched something in Final Fantasy XIV for like a year? Yeah, Dawn Trail's initial launch story was something that I very much did not like. I did not think it was very well written. It was not putting their best foot forward, let's put it that way. Things are happening, you heard? Allegedly, yeah, things are happening allegedly. I have been told. Oh, get out of here, nerd. You thought it was okay at best? It was not good. Okay, I think is being generous. It was, I think what I said was, it feels like an AI wrote this and it wasn't a good AI. It was not written by a good AI. Let's repeat this story 17 times within 35 seconds. Yes, very enjoyable. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, y'all. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. You enjoyed the first half of 7.0? I enjoyed the last half of 7.0. The first half was just... That's the half that I was saying that feels like it was written by AI. Like it was very not great. 7.0, the patch for Final Fantasy. They refer to expansions in like patch numbers.
Another job well executed.
Hi, sir. Wanted to make a build focusing on his exalted weapon. Can you show you a build that you can copy? Yes, the Dante build that I have on the channel is focusing on his Noctua. So you can feel free to take a look at that whenever. 6-star sword and Arknight's Enfield. I have heard good things about Arknight's Enfield, actually. I'm kind of tempted to go check that out. Urelli fix? Urelli's doing great right now. What do you mean Urelli fix? Urelli's really good right now. Very niche bug. You can't use hotkeys on her board? What? What do you mean you can't use hotkeys on her board?
You must deliver payloads and defend a
What does that even mean?
break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this.
Use B to pull out scanner doesn't work on her board? Oh, like that. I see. I see. I see.
Get me in and get ready.
Oh, that ability just didn't want to go off earlier. All right, sure.
This will take a moment.
Okay. No, nothing over here. Use all 12 hotkeys? Sheesh. I don't use hotkeys at all. I just don't bother. Can you not pull it out with a scroll wheel?
Continue to defend.
Like that? Because it should work, but doesn't due to lots of board bugs. I see. I see. I see. Well, hopefully that gets fixed out then. So that way you can enjoy Miss Yorelli herself in the way that you wish to. Hotkey's one of those console player. Oh, you poor soul.
We are finished here. Move on. This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal.
Nothing over there.
Location reached.
Do you have enough guns? No, I don't. Never enough. Always need more. What a silly question. Need to get Zaku? Zaku's great fun. Zaku accidentally, because of doing these daily missions every day, became my most played frame in 2025. It turns out that an hour a day every stream, hour and a half a day every stream creates a new main Warframe for you accidentally. So based just on the numbers, it's my most played frame for the year. Nothing over there. Nothing over here.
Continue to defend.
Nothing over here. And this is extracts, so let's go back. Don't play Warframe with a touchpad. I have actually tried that, and I was surprisingly fairly decent with it. Must be back from my old days when I played Unreal Tournament with a mouse pad. Actually, that's a lie. I played Unreal Tournament with the trackball. I didn't even use a mouse pad. I only had a trackball on my old laptop when I was a kid. Yeah, I played Unreal Tournament with that. It was hilarious. My friends were really confused. Like, what do you mean you don't have a mouse? Like, I don't own a mouse, so I just use the trackball. The one with those little nubs in the keyboard? Yeah, it was surprisingly good. CSGO with a drawing tablet? How'd that work out for you?
Prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a
Woo, we found the light. Woo. Woo, woo. Woohoo, woohoo. Strangest thing you've ever done with Warframe is with the N64 controller? Okay, that would be weird as heck.
Continue to defend.
An N64 controller? That actually would be a little bit odd. Could be fun though.
Stay focused.
I think like yeah, the Unreal Tournament with a trackball was probably my most insane mechanic of playing a game. I don't think I've really had anything more than that. Ha ba ba ba. Have you tried Deadlock? Yeah, I play a lot of Deadlock. Well, I mean, by a lot of Deadlock, I mean like it's the other game that I play other than Warframe. But I don't play a lot of games when I'm not streaming lately just because I've been so busy. But yeah, I do love Deadlock. Is a very good time.
Another job well executed.
Who do I like to play? I have been playing a lot of Ivy lately. I've been playing a lot of Dynamo. McGinnis, Dynamo, Ivy. I kind of play like supporty characters. That's who I like playing the most. And I tend to play with like iFlynn or other people, and they're better at carry than I am. Like, I'm more of a support style player in games like that. So I typically will play more of a support, like helping out in the lane, helping out later on in the game with stuff like that. Warframe with motion controls? Oof, that would be rough. Hey Legend, how you doing? Yeah, so like some form of healing mechanic. Do I play Rivals? Nah, I've never really gotten to Rivals. What is my wisdom, Zenos? What is your wisdom? My wisdom is play more Warframe. No, I've never really enjoyed Rivals. You play ARAM, so random in the new mode? Yeah, see, I've been enjoying, I like focusing and like learning a new character in those types of games. So like I typically will play like supporty type characters. I need to learn Viscous, and I want to learn Victor because I think Victor could be an interesting frame or interesting character to play in that game. He's basically just he's basically just
Our intel suggests that our person of interest
what's his name? Wraith King from Dota 2. He's essentially just that. Considering I don't know what or who Kane is, I have no idea.
There's no telling.
Oh, is this a dead end? Yeah, this is a dead end, okay. Why do I feel like I'm moving so slowly?
Keep going. Nobody knows.
The other one that I really enjoy is, like, I want to learn Viscous better. I want to learn Pocket, but the problem, or not Pocket, sorry. What's the one that you like playing, Rue? Little fantasy novel person with the green dress. Danny did cosplay for Halloween. Paige, yeah, Paige. I want to learn how to do Paige better. I haven't had the opportunity to play Paige because I'm usually playing with like Rue, and Rue is a Paige addict. So I haven't really been able to check out Paige yet.
Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. Bypass complete. You may proceed. The captive will be in one of these cells. Search them. Hurry up. Running out of time.
Where are the candies?
Subject found.
Rem just came out like this week, so I don't even know what Rem's like. I have no idea what Rem is like. I haven't had a chance to play them yet. But they look super cute. The other thing is, like, a lot of stuff, because it's made by Valve, a lot of the stuff that's in Dota transports over to Deadlock pretty easily. Right? It's made by the same guy. It's made by Ice Frog. So, aka Yoshi. There's enough evidence to say that Yoshi is Ice Frog. That I can sort of say that confidently. You know, Ice Frog is one of the best gaming developer minds that we have in gaming, period. You know, he made Dota what it is. He made Heroes of Newerth what it is. By extension, you know, with his work when he was working with Pendragon and the other one, for League, he kind of helped make League what it is. He's a brilliant designer, and really knows how to make make games in that sort of competitive nature. Very good at his job. I believe Ice Frog is he. Ice Frog might even be him. But yeah, no, it's really good.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Like, one of the new characters that they added in is basically Rubric. One of the magician guys, he's basically Rubric from Dota 2, stealing people's abilities and stuff. I just don't know what his name is. But like, Dynamo is essentially, who is that? Sinclair. Yeah, Sinclair is basically Rubric. Dynamo is basically... The one with the Eidolons. Why can't I remember their name? Eidolons. Summons the black hole. Yeah, with the black hole. Can't remember their name. Yeah, I do the placeholder names as well. Enigma, yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Dynamo's basically Enigma. Or at least has Enigma's ultimate, I should say. Alright, GG peeps. Thanks for the squad. Appreciate y'all. Away with you. Just chilling today? Yeah, just chilling. I'm deciding right now if I want to end the stream early tonight to go for dinner with some friends. I want to see... I don't know what I'm doing yet. Hey, it's Ivy. She's got a little mustache. To go for it? I know, but we're also like really close to getting the partner plus for the month, so I also kind of want to do that and see if we can hit that. We're really close to that. Figure out the mod you're sending to you. Is it putting mustaches on things? The Zenosfire Navigator? Yeah, I have seen similar things of this aced. Using Navigator with whatchamacallit? With Wrathful Advance, and then you have the thing flying around and stabbing people. It's hilarious. Or blowing up people with the AoE. I've seen that. It's pretty wild. Corpuscular, Energize. So just doing high strength, high duration. Don't care about your range. With some efficiency. Yeah, it looks good to me. So then the idea is just be invisible throughout the heavy object of the heavy attack from whatchamacallit, the Zenostar, and pilot it around and let it hit people because you got Wrathful Advance, so you're getting guaranteed red crits and you're getting some free critical damage from here, and then this solves the energy problems. Yup. Electricity attack speed, very nice. Reached combo counter, very good. What's Partner Plus? So when we hit Partner Plus, we hit 100 sub points for 3 months in a row. We get the channel receives a higher financial split from Twitch for subs and all of this stuff. So it actually means that Twitch gets less money and the community, aka me, gets more money so that I can, hire an editor and stuff like that. My monitor was offset there. Yeah, this all looks good to me. Elementalist, what are you running on here? Just gas and electric? Nice. Yeah. Nice Raven for it too. Although I don't know if the attack speed... Does the attack speed cause the thing to do AoE? Hey, Andromeda, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Super appreciate you. Thank you for the gifted sub. Zaku fashion's very nice. Yeah, it's just kind of my basic Zaku. Welcome in, Dens. How you doing? You believe it ticks faster? Yeah. I just couldn't remember if the attack speed increases its tick rate or not. It's one of those things that I always forget. But it's a very fun combination. It's like kind of the only thing that she has really these days to me is that sort of combination there. Not bad. A massive Zaku enjoyer personally. Yeah, I like Zaku. How have we got them built? This is how I've built them. Just a basic high range. If only had any editing XP, I know. Boltor, crit chance, crit damage, very nice. Basic, but does the work. Crux for the ammo efficiency and the extra status chance. Heat on here, speed trigger for the extra fire rate. Prime Shred if you have it, right? It's only 5% less fire rate, but then you get the punch through, so then both on the incarnate form and regular form gives you a pseudo AoE. Otherwise looks fine here. You could potentially drop this for another element instead, so you go like magnetic or radiation on here. I'd probably go magnetic. Because then that would be giving you an extra 80% here, plus the 60% there, plus whatever the radiation, the magnetic mod gives you. I think it's extra magazine capacity. But that said, honestly, you're probably going to be fine, right? It would just be like a potential other direction you could go here for. You are running Crux, so you're going to have a ton of status chance. The magnetic might do you better than Serration. This isn't multiplicative at all, so it's just sort of an idea. It's not necessary. But I would definitely, if you have Prime Shred, switch out Speed Trigger for Prime Shred. I would even switch out Speed Trigger for regular Shred. For Frost, you're running Nourish over the 2. Concentration, a lot more duration into probably just Nourish. Ice Storm, with this, I wouldn't run Concentration. Because the only thing that here that you need duration on is Nourish, and Nourish itself is a relatively cheap ability. I would probably switch out of Arcane Concentration for something else. Like, probably Energize. I think you would get more out of Energize than you would out of Concentration here. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Yeah. But honestly, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen another. Inspired by number 4 Stealth Kragan from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a whole bunch of words and letters, yep. I don't know the reference. I hate to say it. But if someone knows Rainy's reference here, it's apparently something from Yu-Gi-Oh! I like having the Overguard. I like having Rolling Guard on Frost just as the emergency, right? For when/if your Overguard runs off. I like having the multiple sources of survivability. So that's why I like Rolling Guard on Frost in those cases. Ivara Prime. Yep, so I would probably get more duration here. Right? Fleeting Expertise makes channeled abilities reduce. Basically doesn't do anything for channeled abilities, right? Because channeled abilities energy per second drain is based off of duration and efficiency. So I probably wouldn't run Fleeting Expertise here. Like, realistically speaking, I would probably switch out Fleeting Expertise for just continuity. And then I would look at more strength and more range. Maybe a Rolling Guard as well. Arcane Crepuscular, Arcane Acceleration. Yeah, that all looks good to me. Artemis Bow Prime. Hey, Mikey, how you doing today? Ooh, we're only 6 points away from hitting Partner Plus for the month. Nice. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so the new people don't get ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me. You want to support the community, twist up to Turbo. Otherwise, it takes you like, bye. The idea is to have endless energy. Okay, fair enough. Just wanted about to start work. Wanted to say hi. Well, I hope you have a good day at work. The humble Bright Bonnet. We do love Bright Bonnet. And you don't have a helmet on here, so you could actually put Bright Bonnet on here. Bright Bonnet is free energy. It's literally just there. You can just take it home. We'll just wait for the ad break to be over to finish taking a look at this. And then, you know what? I'm trying to decide. I think I want to try making a Prisma Lens build today. I haven't done like an actual buildy build in a while, so maybe I'll work on a Prisma Lens today. I had an idea with the primary overcharge using on the lens and just making like a bunch of cold AoEs with like Shivering Contagion and just freeze the world. Yeah, well, I mean, Garuda's the one who I have it set up for, yeah. So it would be on my health tank, Garuda. You see bare roads, no snow? Oh, don't worry. What you think winter's over in Alberta on the January 31st. You're delusional. You're about to get shit on by snow, and we both know that. You have summoned. Yeah, no, it's March. It's spring March. It's a fake March. It's a fake spring. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It will hurt you. So going back over here, I mean, just like more damage, AoE if you're playing with the augment for the AoE, right? So like Fulmination, more damage. Probably. I don't really know much about this thing if I'm going to be honest. Vile Acceleration for the extra fire rate too, probably. So like Vile Acceleration, maybe Fulmination or whatever the AoE button is. AoE mod. Soren Nuksini. What you got? Universal Fallout battery, so you're never going to be out of energy problems. Where are you getting all this extra armor from? Steel fiber. I would recommend Umbral Fiber, Umbral Intensify. Oh, right, but you're running Archon Intensify. We went over this earlier. I would still recommend Umbral Fiber with Umbral Intensify when you can. Just more strength, right? More strength turns into energy for you, or more armor turns into energy for you. But like that said, it's not like going to be super important with what you have here. You're running very good range, you're running decent strength, you're running decent duration. I would argue that you probably don't need Augur Message here, which you could go into either more strength or more range. I would probably go into more range. Because 55% duration, the base duration of these abilities is pretty fine. Like 20 seconds is pretty reasonable. And because of universal fallout, you're never gonna have energy problems with equilibrium. So you don't necessarily need the energy drain per second reduced here through duration. So I'd probably switch this out for some more power strength personally. Yeah. Also, I think overexcited is cheaper than steel fibers. So if you move these two, then you'll get some more more mod capacity there. Yeah, I would say probably some more range on here would do really well. That's about it. I'll switch out that duration for range. Battery build for primary overcharge shenanigans. Yeah, overcharge is really, really funny. I'm gonna try doing an overcharge build here with a lens in a second. Double tap. So double tap is really good because it's actually multiplicative damage. This is actually very, very strong. The problem being is that the consistency of it is like you have to land hits in order for it to activate properly. So if you miss a shot, you don't get any bonus. Which is kind of the downside to it, but you do have 2 other sources of neutral damage, so you should be fine. This is multiplicative on the incarnate form as well, so very strong. And you're running viral on here, which is always a good element. So I'm not a big fan of double tap. I would probably replace this with just like serration, amalgam serration, because extra movement speed, but you should be good. 2 Tau Forge Reds, yeah, 30% power strength is pretty decent for that. Yep, looks good. You might want to get some fire rate on here too. I like having high fire rate on here. So it's got 2 sources of multiplicative, yeah. If I remember right, double tap is multiplicative. But it's the condition of double tap is a little bit rough, right? So that's just kind of the side to it there. It's kind of cool. I like it. Naga, what we got? Wisp Prime. Molt augmented, energize. Okay, so you're just doing a classic wisp build. Probably just more strength. That's it. Just more strength here. You're probably using this because you don't have the primed one, which is perfectly fine. But yeah, just more strength. I would argue that you probably don't need this. You probably don't need this. With that much duration, you aren't going to be casting a whole lot. And with energize, you should be fine on survivability. So you go for more strength, personally, probably. Torrid. Yeah, you're going in the right direction. I would recommend running Blast and Corrosive on here. So slot in a electricity mod here. Blast on the lingering gas clouds on the Torrid will charge the incarnate form. So it makes it very simple to activate and get charged up. I would probably say, like, you need a base damage mod on here. So, like, Serration and then Electric here. Because then that electric will go into corrosive, so it'll do corrosive blast, which is a very good combination. You could go aptitude or serration, and then plus electricity is what I would do here. Kuvanukor. Okay, so if you're running Enervate on the Kuvanukor, you definitely need to be modding in for critical damage. No, I'll be doing Pathfinder tomorrow. I won't be gaming tomorrow, unfortunately. I want to do Deadlock tomorrow, but I can't. I would recommend take a look at my Kuvanukor short there. Whoever this is, Naga. If you're wanting to play into secondary Enervate, that's the build that I run. There. I would recommend critical damage on here. I would recommend Lethal Torrent for more multi-shot, because multi-shot is multiplicative damage and status chance on continuous fire weapons like the Kuvanukor. I would recommend Punch Through because the Kuvanukor is also a chain beam weapon. And what that does is the main beam, every enemy that it hits, it splits off chains. So essentially, every extra enemy you hit with the Punch Through means that you're hitting 3 more enemies, right? So definitely look at that. And for Harmony, considering you don't have a potato in your Harmony, you're not doing bad. You definitely want some source of base damage on here, and you definitely want to be probably leaning into this crit side of stuff, although typically speaking, people lean into the status for the status explodiness of the weapon. I don't really play much of the Harmony, so I can't really give you much other stuff there. Okay, I wish to work on a Kuva lens, or Prisma lens. Heavy attack, guaranteed slash, no need for a status chance. No, but if you're putting on other dots and you want those dots to apply, so that those other dots will do more, then you do want to go into that, which is what I was talking about. For those extra dots doing extra goodies. Okay, heavy cal, hammer shot, violent acceleration, critical delay. So we're just running cold and blast on here right now. Am I okay with just cold or blast? You have some questions. You have some advice for the Trumna Prime. Somehow it only works on your Rhino with Nourish. That sounds like you have problems with your modding on your Trumna Prime then, because the Trumna is an incredible weapon, but does require you to build it out properly. I think I actually still want to leave the Serration on here. Let's give this a quick shot here. Because if you're specifically having problems getting out damage without Roar and Nourish, that says that there's probably something wrong with your Trumna build itself, because the Trumna is actually quite powerful. Because Roar is a multiplicative damage increase, it's a factional damage increase, and Nourish is just pure damage and on your weapon. What's assume? I'm using I am using, what am I using? Ophanimize. Garuda. Garuda. And is this my health tank Garuda? It's the health tank Garuda. Okay, they have fixed elemental ward to work properly here. Oh, you're not supposed to be corrupt. These ones. You're supposed to be these ones. And you're not supposed to be level 1. Although, you know what? Maybe we'll just do this. So we get galvanized chamber active, and then we go like this. We go heavy. Like that. Kill. Heavy. There. And the buff is probably gone by now. I just kind of wanted to see if I can make something funny out of this. I was kind of hoping that the accuracy would spread this out a little bit further, but it's not. So, it's kind of hoping for something a little bit different here. Does Nourish work on Wisp 4? I don't think Wisp 4 counts as weapon ability. Yeah, so it's like okay. It's like okay. Love your shorts on. Saw some awesome builds and ideas. Heck yeah. Well, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Realistically speaking, not terrible, but not great. I don't know if this is the direction. I don't know if this is it. I kind of just want to like mess around with some AoE stuff today. Yeah. It just doesn't feel that great. Feels like I'm not getting the damage that I want out of here. Just does not feel that good. Does not feel that good. Okay, maybe we reinvestigate the lens later. Maybe we work with the Brahma instead. Yeah, I want to try stuff with overcharge specifically. That's what I'm working on here. Is specifically things with overcharge. That's what I'm trying to do is stuff with overcharge with heavy cal so that it spreads out the AoEs. Right? This is the idea here. And we're just creating as much multi-shot as we possibly can. So we're hitting a very wide area of damage. That's kind of the goal here. Gift you for a random rifle? Nope. We don't do trading. As per usual here, we do not do the tradey trades. Malignant Force, Vital Sense, Firestorm. Do we want Blast Corrosive? Do we want Corrosive or do we want Viral on here? Kind of feel like Viral makes more sense here. Oh, but now we've gone Magnetic because I put the wrong one here. Yes, yes. So let's go Viral. Viral Electric Blast. Is this just showing electric because it's lying to us? Or is it actually giving us electric here? It's actually giving us electric here. Okay. Interesting. Can you see my Kuva comb? Type exclamation point comb. And the nice bot will summon you to build. One trade's allowed, trade money for a sub, and you get content in return. I mean, you still get the content anyway. Okay, so it definitely feels better with the comb, or better with a Brahma. Yeah, it's just showing up the bulwark from the weapon, from the arc gun. That's all that is. This here. Persistence, battery, primary overcharge. That's all it is. There's nothing interesting up there. Okay, Vigilante Supplies is the one that makes the most sense. We got electricity, we've gone electricity viral. Electricity viral blast. Do we want to put Elementalist on here? No. Can we fit Elementalist? Also no. Yeah, it shows up visually, but it doesn't actually apply to the weapon. That's correct. So I think this is kind of what I want to go. But then the question is, Vigilante Supplies, is that going to be enough? Or do we need to go ammo mutation? I think realistically we probably need ammo mutation here rather than Vigilante Supplies. Yeah, I think we do. Realistically here. So then do we go blast, viral, electricity, or do we switch this out to something else? Or do we switch this out to something else? Do we switch it to... Do we switch it to... Yeah, I was kind of thinking gas. I was actually debating that, but I kind of feel like I want to keep it to viral, just to increase damage output, just in general. And then electricity plus blast does pretty well. Could do blast, gas, electricity, and then look at trying to get Elementalist on here. But I don't think that we're doing enough status chance that we want to be really leaning into that. I feel like we probably want to be leaning more into just damage. Like to the point of switching out Malignant Force for just the 90% Toxin. It's kind of what I'm leaning towards. But I think we'll leave it like this for now. Heavy cal so that the minus accuracy makes the shots spread out more. So that we have a wider effective AoE. Fulmination to boost up the radius. And as we all know, pi, radius, yada yada, numbers go up more with radius. Gav Aptitude additive here. Gav Aptitude is for direct damage only. We're playing all around the AoE here. So because it's direct damage only, it doesn't really help us out a lot. Gives Hildren helicopter vibes, but weaker. This is the original Hildren with helicopter vibes, actually. Hildren is copying the Brahma. This is the OG. Technically speaking. Technically correct. The best kind of correct. Yeah, this is the OG to it, actually. Believe it or not. So the idea here is that we would have what? Where's our multi-shot on the charge shot? Does it not show the multi-shot on the charge shot? That's odd. Huh. Cruise large blast, impact, cluster bombs, detonate mid-flight. Surface and then splits into 3 smaller bomblets and rain down to the point of impact, exploding from 3.5 meter radius. Does multi-shot... Thanks for the water. Okay, so just because it doesn't show the multi-shot stat here on the radial attack, yes, it does actually show up here on the wiki. So assumably multi-shot does affect both the number of arrows that you throw out so it does affect the number of arrows that you spit out, as well as okay, so but does that mean more cluster bombs? Kind of feels like the cluster bombs are getting affected by multi-shot. Like the number of cluster bombs there. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Also gotta go feed my cat, so I'm just gonna take a quick break here. So we'll be right back in a second. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, see you in a second. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I have returned. Okay, so let's give this a shot. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but we'll give it a try. Quickly do a quick solo to see how it works with ammo consumption, ammo concerns, and we'll see sort of how it plays out. Okay, who should I bring? Let's bring the Nautilus. Yeah, let's bring the Nautilus. Obligation to push it back? Okay, fine. It's now 8 months and 5 months and 27 days. 5 months, 27 days. Sounds good. My love with everyone around. Sometimes I'm in the beat. With everyone around. So ammo is going to be our concern here. As always when it comes to AoE weapons like this. So let me go see what we can do with this. Yeah, okay, so the ammo... Going for the ammo mutation definitely seems like the better life choice here. And the multi-shot does feel about right here. Yeah, we're heavy calling. Yeah. Heavy cal so that we can spread out the AoE some more. Yo, Para, how you doing? And running overcharge for the maximum multi-shot possible. But the problem being is that enemies are not wanting to group up for me here. So I'm not getting my ammunitions. There we go. Any way to level up MR fast? Crafting and building weapons is generally speaking the way that you do it. And if you're looking for Paramystic for the 5 gifted, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you. And if you got gifted a sub, please make sure that you thank Paramystic. Thank you so much, Paramystic, for supporting the community. Why is my armor down? Oh, I must have had a heat proc on me. So I was losing armor. Thanks for the follow, M7. Welcome in. Okay, yeah, so 0 ammo concerns when solo. That was kind of what I wanted to test here. Krato, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. But interestingly enough, it's not responding very quickly to when I do take that heat stack to reduce my Okay, yeah. Okay, this works really well. How do you see the armor? So in this case, how I was telling my armors, because when you're using arcane bulwark gives you energy based on the amount of armor that you have, and I was seeing that my energy was below what its usual maximum is, meaning that my armor was getting reduced probably by a status effect. In that case, it was most likely heat from the Jade Light Beam, reducing my armor by 50%, and then which was then reducing my energy maximum from there. And in the case with this build, we're needing our energy maximum to be as high as possible because we're running overcharge, primary overcharge on our primary weapon to give us 350% extra multi-shot on our Kuva Brahma. And the idea is that we're running as much multi-shot on our Kuva Brahma so that heavy calibers minus accuracy would spread out its projectiles as much as possible, meaning that our effective damage area that we're applying damage to is much larger than if we were running full accuracy, and because of that spreading out function of the minus accuracy, right? So it forces the arrows to move out more, which means that their AoEs are out further, meaning that our effective damage area is larger than if we were just all of our shots being pinpoint accurate, hitting a smaller area. So it means less single target damage, but greater overall damage when we're taking a look at sort of the range stuff. So that's why we're why I was commenting on my maximum energy had to do with in my armor. It's because that's why I was commenting on my armor, because the maximum energy affects my multi-shot, right? So that's why we were talking about that there. So the idea here is I'm planning on doing a short over the next few days on how accuracy, minus accuracy, is so important for your overall damage output on AoE weapons. This is a short that's probably going to be in the next 2 days or so. So I was looking for a way that I can help to show that off easier by using an AoE weapon. In this case, we'll be showing it off with the Kuva Brahma, and then we'll have a Kuva Brahma build with primary overcharge, right? Because the way that I always make my content is I always make my content in the sense of this is the subject matter, and then here's an example the next day, right? So subject being how minus accuracy will overall benefit your overall damage for AoE weapons, and here is a build using that function, right? All my content is made in ways that they intertwine with each other. And then this means that this short then connects to my Garuda short, connects to the minus accuracy short, and connects to the primary overcharge short, right? So cross-pollination on content. Hey, Shroom. How you doing today? And that's kind of the idea of what we're doing here. And then this is just some extra critical damage and cold, so then this is a swap in for prime cryo rounds. Right? Although I feel like I could roll that some more. Should I roll that some more? How many rolls should I roll on this rolly? Big chillin' today? Heck yeah. Yeah, it's got a 1-dot dispo, so it's not the greatest. But, I mean, this is just replacing, right, my cold mod, and it's giving me extra critical damage. So, it's an easy slot in. If I get, like, cold plus another positive with a negative, then I'd be much happier. Like, this is actually pretty solid, except for the fact that it's plus impact and minus damage there. And this thing does want to have a ton of base damage, so I'd rather have that the other way. Roll it to 50. We'll roll it to 35. See if we get anything interesting. So ideally, we're looking for like crit chance, crit damage, cold, and a minus. Or crit chance, crit damage, toxin, and a minus. Or multi-shot. An element of one that I would like here, plus multi-shot, plus something to do with crits, is the ideal here. How to get more than 1 million Kuva? I don't really use Rivens all that much, so I don't really spend my Kuva. But I buy a lot of Kuva. I buy Kuva every week from basically all the vendors. But I just don't use Kuva. Hey May, how you doing? It's the affinity bonus from Smita Effect intrinsic gains from Railjack. That is such an interesting question, and I don't know. I want to say yes, because the intrinsics are completely tied to your affinity gains, so I want to say yes. But I don't actually know off the top of my head. Hey, Screaming, how you doing today? Oh, close. Can I give you 5% of my endo? No, it's my endo. It's mine. I will not give it up. Oh, 6 more sub points. Almost there. Almost there, chat. Almost there. Ooh, 5. Ooh, only 5 points. Ooh, we might actually hit it. Holy crap. So what I'm talking about is the Partner Plus program that Twitch runs, where if we get a certain amount of sub points each month for 3 months consecutively, then there's I get a bigger split from Twitch. So it goes from 50-50 to 60-40 and then 70-30 if we get enough. But that's like 300 sub points, so I probably won't get that for a long time. You get it from reoccurring subs. Ooh. I mean, not quite what I'm looking for. Reoccurring subs, like tier 1 subs are worth 1 point, tier 2 subs are worth 2 points, tier 3 subs are worth 6 points. So no. I mean, like, I'm really just hoping that we get like cold crit damage and something else, or toxin crit damage and something else. More multi-shot would do well here. Toxin, multi-shot, crit damage, something like that. Okay, we'll roll it to 50 and then we'll just go do some relics. You're running Kuva Ogres with Necros? That's pretty much the way to do it, yeah. Pretty much the way to do it. And boosters as well. Yeah. I think that, if I remember correctly, Shroom, you're an RB addict, so you probably know better than me. But to my knowledge, hey Simon. Do the RB drones Vitus Essence drops, are those mod drop chance boosters? They're coded like Endo, aren't they? That's what my brain is remembering, that they're coded like Endo, that they count as a mod. Is it the orange boosters? No, I'm just asking Shroom because Shroom knows. Mod drop is for Vitus? Yeah, there you go. So the Vitus, the mod drop chance booster will increase the likelihood of them dropping, but the orange one, resource booster, the plain resource booster, will make it so that you pick up more of them. So also, that means that Resourceful Retriever or Loyal Retriever also has an opportunity to proc off of it to increase the amount of Vitus Essences you get. So, well, it's what we were saying is, here, let me show you. It's this booster you want. This booster doesn't do it. Blue resource booster doesn't affect it. Orange resource booster does. And then mod drop chance booster. If you use Rhino first, does it increase Overguard? If you use Rhino's first ability with its augment, it will increase Overguard, because Iron Charger's augment will increase your armor, and Overguard from Iron Skin scales off of both armor and strength. So in a roundabout way, yes. Directly, no. Okay, who wants to join me for Conjunction Survival? I got room for 3. Do I happen to have a Mirage build? I do! It's right there for you. Rainy Voyage Riaz. Rainy Riaz Voyage. I just want to see how my ammo efficiency works on this inside of us here. Hildren to not get nerfed. I think that if anything in the game right now is going to get nerfed, it is Hildren. Realistically speaking, the Hildren build right now is about the same. Also, if you're not mistaken, Necros doesn't affect arbitration drones. Okay, keep that in mind. So loot frames don't affect arbitration drones. Yeah, that would make sense because abilities don't affect them. Yeah, that would check. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Anything we're farming for? Nothing particular for me. I'm just throwing on relics. Do drones even leave corpus for Necros to work on? I think that's what someone else was saying. King was saying there. Yeah, Simon's one of the OGs here. Trying to grab Kestrel, missing the rare for it. Okay, Rainy, if you remind me at the break, at the checkpoint here, I'll throw on Kestrel. I think I got some more Kestrel relics for you. What number your watch streak's at? It better be 69.
Stand by for life support. You're near a fissure.
Oh, and we got a good room right off the bat, squad. GG. You'll love to see it. So this is now just sort of a test of essentially how is my ammo supply going to work inside of the missions. I know that this build has a very good survivability because arcane persistence. How long have I been playing Warframe for? I've been playing Warframe since before the sacrifice was on console. So sometime in 2018? Because that's when they were still separated off from each other, consoles and PCs. They started getting fully on the same patches. I think it was like 2018 or no, 2020. So it was 2018 was when I started playing. Basically, like when Fortuna came out on PC was when I started playing. So that would have been before been quite a while. Hey, Reach, how you doing? Nimad, how you doing? Welcome in. Bratton Vandal's low-key disappointing? Why's that? I like the Bratton Vandal. Well, I mean, I like the Bratton. You're good. You've been working too much DoorDash and Uber, so you take the day off today. Ooh, very good. Gotta make sure to take care of yourself. Is super important. Okay, you know what? I'm feeling pretty good about this build. It is just a classic Brahma build, so it's nothing too special. But I just wanted to make sure that it would work well with a squad play type situation here. The only problem with squad play right now for me is the keeping my abilities active. But the main concern that I had was more to do with my energy capacity or my sort of ammo efficiency here. Is this a Bloodforge build? No, this is my Health Tank Garuda build. Which if you want to see that, you can type !Garuda to see it. Oh yeah, the Exergius is wildly good with stuff like that. Surprised you didn't assume off your third, relied on Hunter Adrenaline. The reason why is, again, just sort of consistency. I'm not going to be using my fourth with this build. I'm playing more of a weapon platform, so there's not really a reason for me to be using my fourth. So I'm playing more around the bow stuff. Hey, J-Chan, how you doing? So I'm just doing more bow stuff here. See, like right now, I don't know why my ammo or my energy was down. So I don't know what was up with that there. And this was a little bit of the concern with because the squad is so spread out, getting the ammo was a bit of my concern here. But it's not that big of a deal. Zorus for Sisters Farm, just like a regular Zorus. Just your standard glaive explodey build, typically speaking. Yeah, see, ammo is the problem here. So just because the group is being a little bit more spread out means that the ammo drops are being a little bit more spread out. Ooh, titanium. There we go. Crux turning a 2 meg Exergius running Elementalist into like 5 rapid fire shots. Oh yeah, it's really crazy. One shot Spectres already with the right build, crit damage, your friends on it. Do you mean the Zorus, I assume? Yeah, it's just your traditional Zorus build is basically all you're looking for. At least to my knowledge, that's how people usually do it. And I'm just not someone who plays a lot of glaives, so like I don't really have a Zorus build really. But like your typical glaive build will do you perfectly fine. All right. So let's do that. Let's do this. Yeah, so I just gotta... The only concern this build has is its ammo. Which again is always the problem with AoE weapons in Warframe ever since the Wukong caused nerf to AoE weapons. Yeah, the Tonkor is another one of those weapons that just has, like, I don't quite know why the Tonkor has so much ammo supplied to it. It's a little bit odd considering how strong it is. Like, I'm shocked that that managed to dodge the ammo efficiency nerf. Because, like, if you really want to see Tonkor do, like, some really wild stuff, throw it on Haro. It's really funny on Haro. But yeah, this feels good. And I'm doing pretty decent damage considering. I have no idea what I just hit for a couple 100 million in that corner, but apparently I did a couple 100 million damage. Mmm, tasty. Yeah, so it's just, you just got to make sure to wander around enough to pick up the ammo with the Brahma. So you got to be a little bit more mobile than most people like to play. But it's not that big of a deal. Violence. Boom. Yep, this is the Garuda build that's on the channel there. A silly health tank Garuda. Violence is a little bit frustrating, but once you sort of like figure out and know how to deal with them, which is just like kill them ASAP, everybody target violence, then it's usually not that bad. But it does take a little bit of getting used to. Couldn't you use bloodletting augment to refill the ammo? Yeah, you could absolutely do that. I just don't have the augment on here right now. And I'm trying to do it so that I don't have to change up my build. Right, that's the idea behind it, so I don't have to worry about changing up my build at all. But obviously, fitting that in would be a relatively simplistic addition. Because if I remember correctly, it just, it like fully refills your weapons. I gotta remember how that augment works off the top of my head. But no, I'm trying to do it without that augment. Not for any particular reason. The accolades do different things, yeah. So each accolade does different functions. So violence will cast Banshee Silence on you, turning off your abilities. Misery loves company, so misery will summon more enemies. Angst cries war cry, casts war cry. Malice casts Meg's bubble, and like a few other things. Love the repo stream the other day. I'm glad you did. It's nice to play with sort of my co-workers, for lack of a better term. Yeah, so each of the accolades do different abilities. One of them's got like 100% parry chance, so you got a Malice. Starts with an M. Maybe it's Misery. No, Misery loves company. Malice. What's the other one? Starts with an M as well. But one of them has like 100% parry chance with their melee weapon, so you gotta hit them with melee attacks. Mania, yeah, that's the one. Do I still play after this? What do you mean? Yeah, that's Misery. No. Mania. No, Malice. Malice casts Meg's bubble. Which, little known fact, because everyone seems to forget about it, if you if you get that Meg bubble attached to you, you can roll out of it. And then it leaves it on the ground and you don't have to take damage. When it dropped Maiming Strike, yeah, that was, they also had, like, they had Maiming Strike, they had Blood Rush, and they had Weeping Wounds. Back in the day, those used to be really, really expensive mods because of that. Because they were, like, event-specific mods. And they didn't run that event very frequently at all. So it was, like, impossible to get those. Yeah, Argon Scope was another one, yeah. It was really, really hard to get those things there. Coming home again. Bow, 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 bow. The Atarax, oh, the old spin to win. Doesn't damage your wrist, coptering so much on controller back in the day. Yep, the old Zoran coptering. Yep. That was before my days in Warframe, actually. I started playing during the height of the Memeing Strike build meta, and it was terrible. You have a question? I have maybe an answer. Sing with me. Put your fucking hands up. Necros Prime was your first Prime access? Ooh. I forget what my first Prime access was, but my first Prime was Trinity Prime because that was the Warframe they gave away during the TennoCon drop that year. Prime Gaming loot? I think she was also the Twitch drop, wasn't she? For the... Maybe she was just the Prime Gaming loot, you're right. I thought that she was a... I thought that she was a TwitchCon drop. Or not TwitchCon, sorry, TennoCon drop. But I could be wrong. It was 1,000 billion years ago. Trinity Prime was your first Prime too? Yeah, maybe it was a Twitch drop then. Or maybe it was one of the Twitch Prime Twitch Prime drops. Because her price didn't recover for 4 years. Sheesh. Mania? Yeah, see, Mania is melee only. So you gotta hit Mania with either melee attacks or AoE because they'll parry non-AoE, non-melee attacks. Shows how old you are? Ancient. Where am I getting all this armor from? Oh, why do I have a bunch of health conversion orbs around me? Huh, weird. Not that I'm complaining, just confused. That might be you. How is Wisp giving me armor? Do I like playing Garuda more as a caster or a weapon platform? Both. I really actually like both builds. With my weapon platform build here, playing more of a health tank Garuda with overcharged weapons because she's got such high energy is a ton of fun. That's what I'm playing right now. Ooh. Ooh, we're only 4 more recurring subs away. We're almost there. Stop hammer time? I can't hammer. I can't hammer. I have no hammer. I have only death. Here we are. How are you getting so much ammo? Primed ammo mutation. Just primed ammo mutation solves basically all the ammo problems. In solo, it's much easier. In group play, it makes it a little bit more difficult just because the ammo drops are a little bit more spread out. But it's still, even with that, not too bad. Like, I've run out of ammo like 2 or 3 times here. And that's just because my squad was a little bit spread out. But it's not too bad at all. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to a sub to a turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you second. Bye. Give you more than Vigilante Supplies? Yeah, Vigilante Supplies only does 30%. Primed Ammo does 93%. Don't be racist! Don't be racist! So you get more than one per pickup? You get more depending on what ammo you're picking up. Right? Because it's 90% of whatever it's supposed to be giving for the other one. So if you pick up, you know, it does give you more ammo. Now, obviously, you could probably get away with just vigilante supplies. But just for safety's sake, I'm running more than that. I still think to this day, the Kuva nerf was unnecessary. It was technically an AoE nerf. It wasn't a Kuva nerf. And it was totally necessary. Remember, DE really only nerfs based off of 3 criteria. One of them being AFK playstyles. Wukong with AoE weapons because it didn't consume ammo. And with the amount of ammo that they had, they were basically being able to play completely AFK with the clone doing all of your damage. So it was 1000% necessary, unfortunately. Remember the Simulor? Yeah, the Simulor needs to get the Simulor multi-shot nerf changed because that is still old AF. But no, it was the AoE nerf needed to happen. And if I'm gonna be honest, I could see Hildren getting nerfed. Hildren's kind of entering that territory of disruptive to gameplay. And a lot of people are starting to complain about it. So I could see that getting looked at by the devs. I mean, honestly, though, will they? That's always the best question, right? And how long will it take for them to actually get to it? Is always the other question. Influence? Yeah, but influence is not that bad in the grand scheme of things. Kind of feel the same with Jade. Jade doesn't have anywhere close to the damage output that Mirage has right now. What's Hildren doing? Hildren is kind of right now Slam Kong 2.0. Outrageously strong to the point where like other frames can't compete with her. With Aegis Gale, the amount of strength that she can get, the amount of damage that she can get, she has very, very little things to have concern about for damage output, survivability. She right now is probably the highest the highest damage frame in the game, and one of the most survivable. She's kind of getting to the point where like I could see them looking at her damage values and her damage output. Okay, we're leaving at 20 peeps. Head to extract.
If they scan you,
Yeah, lose an LOS check on Aegis Gale. Yeah, that's basically why.
they know you're here.
I think if Aegis Gale had an LOS check, it'd be sitting in much prettier. Which the fact that it doesn't have an LOS check, I think is pretty surprising. So I could see LOS check being one of the things. I could see them maybe taking a look at Zaz, Whisper, and Blast as well. Because a lot of the problems is to do with like Blast. You don't see much Hildren players only on defense. No, Hildren right now in the sort of top level of the game is the most used frame.
Destroy them.
Like we're talking like endurance missions, stuff like that. They'll never fix Zadas? No, I don't think that Zadas will ever get fixed, but I think Blast with Zadas will, if anything. Blast right now is a little bit weird with how it functions in the game. It has a lot of really things too. EDA cheese frame too? Yeah, exactly. Anything that's higher level than like base steel path. Hildren right now is outrageously strong. Aegis Gale diminishing returns, where they'd accidentally make a nuke, will accidentally nuke other ways to build her. I think probably what they'll probably do is throw on an LOS check. Yeah, they'd probably throw an LOS check on there. On at least the Aegis Gale would probably get an LOS check. Most likely is my bet. If they're going to do anything, of course. Because right now it's ignoring LOS, which means that it's clearing whole entire tiles. With the amount of range that you can get on her, she's incredibly strong. And Aegis Gale has some weird tech with Blast and Zatas as well. So then on top of all of the other problems, then it's also getting compounded by Zatas being so strong with Blast. So it's kind of like a multifaceted problem with Hildryn. And it's kind of the question of like, are they going to go after Hildryn or are they going to go after Blast and Zatas? And I would like to see them go after Blast and Zatas, personally. But I think they're more likely going to be going after Hildryn, personally. And I think that either direction is fine. Like, Blast and Zatas is really, really strong right now. Like, it's outrageously strong. And Hildryn's Aegis Gale is bonkers. Like, super good. That thing's been good since it came out. Barely change her power level, but still make her less oppressive. It would change. It would be a pretty significant change. Yeah. It would be really, really significant. Part of the big part of her power is the fact that you can get Aegis Gale's range up so high so that it goes through walls and stuff, right? Might as well nerf Sobek then if we're calling for a nerf like that. I agree. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't disagree. Acid Shell's got some weird stuff. Acid Shell's got some really weird tech to it. But Acid Shell's, the other problem is, like, it's not as crazy. Max range Hildryn plus Poem Fulmination? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Right? It turns the AoE of Aegis Gale to be, like, just outrageously massive. Like, it just makes it incredibly strong. Right? Because the thing is, I believe... Let's pull out my Hildryn just to be... Check myself here. Alright, Kitsune. Take care. Hope you have yourself a good night. And thank you very much for the sub there. Appreciate you. So if you go into, like, here, right? And you go into here. And we go into here. So we got base of everything. The big thing with Hildryn... AoE here is, if I remember correctly, and we'll just double check my understanding to be safe here. So the explosion radius goes up to a 5.7 with that. And if memory serves correctly, that's changing the base AoE. And since that's changing the base AoE, Fulmination is operating off of your base AoE. So it's actually going from a... What is it? 3 meters times 0.44, so 1.44. 3 times 1.44. Is 4.32. 5.7 times 1.44 is 8. Right? So just right there, we're literally doubling our range. it's pretty obnoxious. Because if I remember correctly, this is affecting its base radius. And then Fulmination effects, of course, based off of modded radius. Right. So we go here. We now have a 7.95. 7.95 times 1.44 is an 11 meter AoE. Not including multi-shot, not including anything else. Right? It gets really, really obnoxious. And that's kind of part of the problem here. Is that because this is affecting its base range, then this, which works off of base range, gets so much more. And then the spread Magnum Force gives? Precisely. Yep. Because this is this operates off the base radius. It's really annoying that the radius doesn't show up here. I really wish that radius showed up here. And which is funny because we can tell by the numbers changing here. Why does this change every time, man? Because we can see these numbers blip very briefly. It's showing the numbers here. Right? It's just not showing them here. But yeah. That's why I think that Bellfire I think is gonna get changed up here. Realistically. So, Blast Zada is not even close to the annoyance of Hildren's Balefire. No, but what I'm saying is that it's the combination of it all, right? A large portion of Hildren players run Blast Zada. So even though this thing's got really low base status chance, you force it into Blast and you just go pretty hard with it. Is it better to run quick volatile or skirmish railjack mission, or do survival for intrinsics? I don't know. You run corrosive heat? Yeah, some people like running Zada Blast on here. Like there's sort of three things in the game right now that I think have opportunities to get looked at by the devs. I think it's Hildren, I think that it's Blast Zada, or just Blast, if I'm being honest. Because it's really Blast. It's nothing really to do with Zada. It has to do with Blast. And Zada's interacting with Blast. Because Blast's AoE damage counts as a weapon hit, which means that it has weird interactions with a bunch of stuff. So, if anything, I think that's probably going to be Blast. It's not necessarily going to be Zada, because I think Blast is the root cause of the problem, and Zada is more of a symptom than the root cause. And I could still see them looking at influence, honestly. But now that we're getting some options for our melee weapons, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything change in there. Being realistic. But I do think Hildren's going to get looked at. I think that she's in the crosshairs now. It's not Blast, it's Zada's. Without Zada's, Blast is fine. That's not necessarily accurate. Because Blast counts as a weapon damage hit, not an elemental hit. It's got a whole bunch of weird tech with other stuff. So basically all I'm saying is make it so that Blast damage doesn't count as a separate weapon hit. That's where the root cause of the problem for Zada's comes into place. It has to do with Blast. I agree Zada's could also maybe get looked at, but in my opinion at least, I think that Blast is the root cause of the problem, not the other way around. Because there's a whole bunch of other stuff with Blast, with other frames. We saw it happening. Hey, Kumi. We saw it with the Vidaria that was caused by guaranteed blast effects. And Blast has some weird things in it. Blast also has weird stuff with Enervate. Again, because it counts as a weapon hit, so then it activates Enervate and so on and so forth, right? So if anything, I could see it more being Blast getting looked at because it has so many other weird interactions. I could say it being Blast being the thing that gets looked at rather than Zada's. Because the root cause of the problem, at least in my opinion, is Blast being problematic. And that would be sad. Because I like Enervate Blast shenanigans. It's very, very fun. But it's also the thing that's causing problems, right? And with Balefire Charger, the other thing is, like, people run Enervate on here. Right? And then do the blast tech with Enervate on the Balefire Charger for getting it into red crit zones. So that's the other side of the problem. Right? Now that said, like, Balefire Charger doesn't need Blast or Zada's, and it's still bonkers strong. So that's why I separate those off into two separate categories personally. It's too niche for them to give a damn. Most people run Viral Corrosive Heat. That's not true. No. Especially with, like, Enervate, with Lavos's Violence Formation, giving guaranteed blast effects, and, like, a whole bunch of other stuff. It's not as niche as you think it is. In my opinion, at least. But again, it always comes down to personal opinion and personal approach to it. Ooh, I gotta feed the boy. Hildren has better KPM than Wukong. Definitely. Yeah, no, it is one of those things where, like, there's a lot of things there. I think that, like I was saying, if anything's gonna get nerfed in the near future, I think that I think it's gonna be like Hildren probably is gonna be the one that gets looked at, and I could see them looking at Blast interactions with stuff. Blast will still be really good. It just won't have, like, weird tech as much as it does right now. Like, still really, really good. Even if they look at its weapon damage interaction stuff, it'll still be very strong. Obviously not as good as it is now, but it would still be very strong. They shouldn't fix those bugs. They won't. CL has been bugged since inception. Yeah, I agree that that also is another thing that they need to look at as well. They need to make it just consistent. So you're just blowing up people with mark for death? That? Damage decoy mark for death, I assume is your plan here? I would say you need more range on here. For the mark for death stuff. It should actually be pretty decent range. No, yeah, you probably need more range on here. You would have to get an overextended for that. Yeah, safeguard switch is another thing as well for the invincibility. Like, if you aren't running safeguard switch, you probably don't need as much duration, realistically speaking. The reason why you want to go super high duration on Loki is for safeguard switch. So if you're not using safeguard switch, you probably don't need this. Also, you could go Archon stretch, right? Damage decoy, so you can get for some free energy regeneration there. You could go with like one blue shard and take off prime flow, and that frees up a slot there for you too. If you wanted to run also the switch teleport augment. But then that would also require you to put mark for death over radial disarm, which honestly you should probably do that. They just might not have primed one. Or they're just doing it for the double heat procs from decoy, which is fair. And not primed one, I meant umbral one. But also it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it looks cool. But yeah, if you aren't running, like, I would probably run this over here, right? Move this over here. I would probably get some more range on here too. Like, I would drop prime flow for more range and use a blue shard. Because your strength, you're getting 90% strength from your arcanes with Crepuscular and Molt Augmented. So you're actually sitting at a much higher strength value, so you could sacrifice a little bit of strength into overextended for more range. So that this will hit more, you know, damage decoy. Would be another option for you. Going in the right direction, just could use a little bit of fine-tuning. Damage, reload speed, crit chance, minus impact. I mean, certainly not bad. You could obviously roll something better. Like crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, but you should be fine there. Running viral on here, primary acuity, not primal acuity, amalgam, serration, galvanized aptitude. You can use shivering contagion on your companion. You don't need to put it on your own rifle. So I would throw this on a companion. You also don't have any cold here. So I don't know how you're activating shivering contagion as of right now. Or you're just activating shivering contagion from damage decoy, which in that case, I would still throw this onto his companion's weapon. And it does work. So if you use it on a sentinel's rifle, then the AoE cold will still activate. You don't need to have it on your own rifle. Which then frees up a mod slot, and I would probably go for some fire rate on here. Just so that it makes it the charge time much faster. Cool guy, Fallman. What you have so far, just threw on random elements, will invest more as needed. Alright, so this is multiplicative on here. This is one of the weapons that does get multiplicative damage, so running a bunch of status effects is not a bad choice because you will get a significant chunk of damage out of it. Rated reload, the minus reload speed will increase its charge rate, so it reloads faster through its charge mechanic, which is quite nice. Deadhead for more base damage, and also headshot multiplier, and also weapon recoil. You are running electricity on here, so electricity can actually get the bonus damage from the headshot multiplier, which could be quite nice. And I think the rest of your build here is very fine. You could use maybe some more base damage on here. Like adaptation. Or not adaptation, sorry, serration. Maybe serration instead of this. But you do have this to work into the multiplicative, so you're probably fine. Maybe some fire rate, but you should be good. Hey, yo, Techno, how you doing? Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Oh, we're 4 points off. We're almost there. Sendo. Oh, we'll wait for the ad break to be over. What's going on? Exhausted, staying up too late, not getting enough sleep due to your body forcing you awake. Oof. Oof. Well, I hope that you get some rest. Some point today. Oh my God, did I try? Time. Institution. Oh my God, do I pray? Hey, do. Nah, she's probably not gonna get nerfed into the ground. They don't do nerfing into the ground usually. And if they do, they usually walk it back. Dante, for instance. The Dante LOS nerf led to improvements for the whole entire LOS system. Julia. Starline Hero, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay, DJ Oppression, let's take a look at your Cindo. This is the weapon that I hope gets an Incarnate. Out of any big old melee, this is the one that I want an Incarnate on. So badly. It's got some of the coolest skins in the game. Toxin Cold, critical chance, so I mean, hey, free viral, plus crit chance. Nothing to sneeze at. That's actually super cool. I would probably switch out of Prime Fury for Berserker Fury. I would also run this with a status priming companion and just lean into condition overload. I wouldn't use this. What would I want the Incarnate to be? I want giant flying axes at people. I want to hit. I want, you know, the Okina. I want that, but giant axes flying at people doing AoE explosions. That's what I want. This build's generally weird. I mean, it just looks like they haven't figured out what they're doing with the weapon yet. You always found Dante's nerf gets blown out of proportions. The thing is that as of now, the Dante's nerf is blown out of proportions. When the Dante nerf happened, it was quite bad for him until they fixed the LOS problems. Once they figured out the LOS problems, it was great. But it was the LOS because they made it so that you needed to have proper LOS, but then the problem was that LOS wasn't treating enemies' bodies properly for being able to actually trigger your damage against them. So once they figured out the LOS system, then Dante was fine. But it was like about a 3-week period where Dante was neutered before that LOS change happened. Asayandana would block LOS, like a bunch of stuff would block LOS. It was very, 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 very weird when they first did that thing. So going here to your Cindo, don't run both of these, right? I would just run Condition Overload with the Status Priming Companion. I would probably switch this out for Berserker Fury because then you get more attack damage or more attack speed. And this thing really does like having attack speed. It is really rather slow. Galvanized Steel is perfectly fine. I would recommend a Blood Rush on here to get yourself some more critical chance. This thing really is a crit-based weapon. So Blood Rush on here, Berserker Fury here, and you could get another element on here. You could get more attack speed on here. It's got really low follow-through, so I probably wouldn't throw more range on here. But I would say like a little bit of areas where you can make some improvements. Organ Shatter and Galv Steel, yeah, that's fine. More crit damage is never bad. More crit damage is never bad. I will, generally speaking, go for more crit damage over anything else. Because it's just a straight damage multiplier. You don't want any more Incarnates? You want them to make good weapons? They have been making good weapons. Because they can't compare with Incarnates. The problem is that comparison is the killer of joy. I just use whatever I think is fun. Use whatever weapon you think is the most fun. Now that he's fine, people still complain about it and act like he's crippled for some reason. Yeah, exactly. It's always, you know, pining for the fjords. People complaining, you know, he was so good until he got nerfed. To be like, yeah, and he still is really good. What are you going on about? It's the whole problem of comparison is the killer of joy, as I was saying. Wisp Prime, yep, this is basically my build. Except I don't think I use Universal Fallout. But Universal Fallout is very good here, and I probably actually wouldn't use Energize. I'd probably switch Energize out for more power strength here, yes. Multi-augmented, Bellicose, possibly even. It's the only thing I would really do. Bratton Prime. So this is your crit chance here. Deadhead, Aptitude, Serration. I probably wouldn't run Serration here. I would probably switch out one of these two. Right, you got this guy here for most of your base damage. So you should be fine. Shred would go well here. I would probably replace this for Shred. Incarnants are buffed to old weapons that would be really weak in the modern game. Yeah, basically. Have a great rest of your stream. You're off to get ready for work. No worries, Blue. Take care. Galv Scope is kind of inconsistent for 90% of people. Yeah, it's why I don't personally like it, but I know that Riaz does enjoy it, so that's why I didn't make any mention there. What is this? The Lado Vandal? I would probably... What does the Lado Vandal do? Does Lado have an Incarnate? Why am I having one of these moments? It's the Ricochet one? Game punch through and Ricochet, okay. I don't know if I would use Cannonade here. I think I would rather lean into the extra fire rate from Lethal Torrent and the extra multi-shot from Lethal Torrent and switch this out for Prime Pistol Gambit. I think that's what I would prefer doing here. You already got Galvanized Shot and Merciless for your base damage. So I would probably switch this out for Lethal Torrent. I'll switch this out for Prime Pistol Gambit and lean into the fire rate. But on split fire weapons, the Ricochet weapons like this or the Sicarus or the Dual Toxicist, I tend to just prefer high fire rate typically. But I know that some people don't like having super high fire rate on some of these Incarnate weapons so that they can conserve ammo better. I just personally would rather put more fire down range. Especially since it gets punched through with the Incarnate form. Daiku, take it or leave it. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of one of those 6 of one, half dozen another, whatever one works best. What one do I like more, the Kuva Nucor or the Tenant Cycron? I generally prefer the Nucor, personally. But they're both great weapons. Isn't the Lado Vandal terrible to farm? Yes. I mean, the only thing I would say here is that you got no crit chance. Right, you got all this tasty crit damage, but you got no crit chance. So that's my only comment here. Yeah, I know the passive, but like, why wouldn't you go for more? Right? Because if I'm like 90% certain that this is multiplicative, or not multiplicative, this is additive. Even on my own build, I'm just using Acuity for my crit side. But I would probably still get more crits on there if I was you. Like, I'm running Scoped and Acuity for mine as my crit side. And then Daiku for the headshot multiplier and the lifesteal and the Kanas. Those don't matter, but you know. The headshot multiplier is really nice on here. Yeah, especially if you're leaning in for the headshot stuff with the passive, you might want to look at the amalgam mod on here. But you would have to like remove status elements. Maybe put it here instead. Yeah, maybe put it here. There's only one remaining source of multiplicative crit chance. There's like 3 or 4. The Canter. The Canter's passive is multiplicative. I forget what the other 3 are. There's not that many in the game anymore. After they fixed the Acuity stuff. Once they fixed the Acuity stuff, there wasn't a whole lot going on. Is 300% flat? Yeah, I always get that one mixed up with that one. What's your wisp look like? I'm in the mod menu, so everything's looking weird. What's your wisp look like? Ooh. Yeah, it's... If I remember right, the Cantares is multiplicative to what's on your mods. Ooh, nice looking wisp, by the way. I really like that. I like the yellow. Oh, but I'm a sucker for synthwave colors. Like the blues and the teals and the purples. Oh, I'm such a sucker for those colors, man. They just look so good. Was ETA easy this week? Most people were... Yeah, ETA wasn't necessarily hard this week. At least for me. Using Wrathful Advance with the Sanctum Magistar. Slam builds. Bleh. I hate slam builds. Okay, so you're doing Sacrificial Steel because you're doing Heavy Slam build. This makes more sense than using Galvanized Steel. Although you can actually, with Galvanized Steel, Reflex, and Blood Rush, get into some really high crit areas, and then you'd be getting some decent critical damage out of that too. If you are doing a Heavy Slam build, you might want to look at... Killing Blow, but Seismic Wave is so good. And then what? You're running Gas Electric on here? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nothing really to say, right? You could switch this out, since you said you're running Wrathful. I would probably switch this out for Sacrificial or Galvanized Steel if you're running this with Wrathful for the extra critical damage. You don't necessarily need the extra critical chance on here, right? Because if you're using Wrathful, your crits are reds guaranteed. So I'd probably swap that out for Galvanized. The extra crit damage would be spicy. Yeah, it's just because you got such a high flat crit chance out of Wrathful Advance that you don't necessarily need the extra crit chance here. So. Rondo. Especially with 344%. Yeah, so you're going to be sitting closer to 430, probably 450% critical chance with those taken into account. Hey, Drunk, I'm doing really well, thanks. How are you today? What is WFCC? It's just saying that I'm an official partnered creator with the company. WFCC stands for Warframe Content Creator. So I'm one of, I don't know, 100, maybe more, content creators that are part of the program. Basically, it just means I'm special. Not really, I'm not that special, but this Kaya looks really cool. Cedo. What do we got here? Cedo Prime, Savvy Hell, Ravage. So you're going crit stats hybrid, primary blight. I typically would go with Frostbite over Blight. Been seeing it a lot of streams, yeah. So it's just you know, like the FCC. We have to say if we're related with the company in question. That's basically all it means. Is it's an unpaid partnership with the devs. I personally prefer primary Frostbite because it means more multi-shot over Blight. So that's just sort of a thing to think about. Otherwise, your build here looks really good. Nothing to say. Maybe some more fire rate, but honestly, Magnetic Strafe should do you fine. Okina. Melee Kareen, Blood Rush, Elementalist, Galvanized Steel. So I don't know if I would run Elementalist here. Right? You have just Slash getting the bonus damage, so I probably wouldn't run Elementalist here. I would say get some more critical damage on here. Or range. Probably range. It's got an 80% follow through, so it's actually quite respectable. Frostbite effectively gives more crit damage than Blight anyways, due to cold status. Yeah, especially with the Cedo. Especially because of the higher multi-shot and more likely to apply cold. And then once you get up to 10 cold stacks, it gives you a final 1x crit multiplier. So it ends up being more critical damage if, of course, you get up to a full 10 cold stacks. Switch this up for range. Yeah. You could also switch this out for the magnetic one, Magnetic Straight or Magnetic Rush for another element if you feel like it. but I would definitely switch this out for range, right? This is only affects status damage elements, right? So slash heat, electric, toxin, blast, gas. You only have slash, so I probably wouldn't run this here. But otherwise, looks like you are going in the right direction. Simon, what you got? Mud Raven, welcome in. And Zeph, and I think that's it. Yeah, those two. Zeph and Starline, thank you all for the follows. Welcome in. What's assume should you go here, and can this work? You're planning on swapping Streamline for Rolling Guard. Okay, let's take a peek. Circumvent, Energize, so you're gonna switch out Streamline for Rolling Guard, High Strength, High Range, or High Strength, High Duration. Yeah, you could go Rolling Guard. You could go... Yeah, probably, like, Rolling Guard's fine. Like, you got Circumvent, so you probably don't need Rolling Guard, but also having the emergency backup of the Invincibility and Status Cleanse is always kind of nice. I think your build here is fine. You could use some more duration, but you don't really have any spots for more duration. Like, you would have to remove redirection to get more duration. And I think I personally would probably lean more towards redirection, because it gives you a 2.1 second shield gate. With Circumvent means that it'll be max shielding every time. And then with Rolling Guard on top of that for the extra invincibility and status cleanse, you should be pretty fine. Yeah, I like this. You have 2 duration shards? Okay. So yeah, Rolling Guard. I say Rolling Guard isn't as necessary as you may think it is, but it's not like a bad choice. I would probably go for more strength if this was mine. Actually, I would probably go for Rolling Guard. What am I talking about? I would go for Rolling Guard. I like having 2 forms of survivability. Having multiple levels of survivability, especially the later you are in the game, the better it is. Akblov. No Helmet, Steadfast, Kamisato. So Steadfast isn't super necessary. You're not going to be casting a lot. I would highly recommend Equilibrium on here. Desecrate does summon a bunch of health orbs, so I would probably switch out, get Equilibrium on here. And I wouldn't be leaning into shields. I would probably lean more into health and armor on him. But not using steel fiber. This is like health conversion would be what I would be looking for. 1 duration, 1 strength, you believe seems okay, or should you swap? No, I think that should be fine. You probably don't need 2 casting speed shards. You could probably get away with 1, realistically. So if you, Akblov, if you want to see my Necros build, there's my Necros build just sort of for reference for you. I would say probably like the augment for his 4th ability is incredible. It's one of the strongest survivability mechanics in the game. 90% damage redirection, status immunity. It's really, really good. So I would definitely think about getting that on there. And I would definitely get an Equilibrium on here. And if you are using the Shield of Shadows augment, you need about 214% power strength, so just keep that in mind in order to get it at max effectiveness. And you don't really need the augment for Desecrate to spoil. It's not necessary these days with Equilibrium. So I would just go Shadows of the Dead augment. You could use a little bit of range, but you already got that on here, so you're fine. And what's your Necros look like? Hey, actually, I like that a lot. That looks nice. I like that. I like. Hey. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break, and I'm also just gonna go stretch, so I'll be right back in a few minutes, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, Sunwolf will be right back. I'm sorry that you just got here. Just gotta go take care of my back because I'm an old broken man. So we'll be right back here. Don't worry, you're not gonna miss anything. I'll be back in like 3 minutes or so. All right, I'm back. How's it going? Okay, let's go do some missions. Who wants to join me for Conjunction Survival? Who wants to join me? Yo, Hatters, how you doing? Akblov? Absolutely. Icicle, Akblov, and Mad Hatters. What's your in-game names? In-game names, please. AVARICTUS. You're offline. Too late? It's okay, Simon. We'll grab you in a minute here. Off 01. And Icicle, same as Twitch. ICICLE_AI. You're going to Sleb? Okay, you have a good Sleb. And AVARICTUS. There we go. Boar. This is a debilitate boar? It is. Oh, sorry, Rainy. You forgot to remind me about the Kestrel part for you. Sorry, if you did remind me, I didn't notice. My apologies. Sure, Ureli Gold. Why not? Found out Inros is good for excavations. Drag enemies away from the excavators. Yeah, Inros is actually surprisingly quite a fun frame. Or alternatively, Inros is also really, really good for alchemy, because you bring enemies to the alchemy point. Oh, we're 4 points away, chat. We're 4 points away. The partner plus, we're almost there. We're almost there. How's Untimed Rift on Zaku? I wasn't that impressed with it. It was okay. It was okay at best. Eh?
Void fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand the fury?
No, I want the fishing rod gone. Thank you.
You're near a fish. The enemies are dropping reactants. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open.
Let me in. Let me in.
Orican neural sentry.
Let me in. Stop yapping. Ooh, good room right away. Delicious.
Tenno.
We love good rooms right away. Whee!
Place to deploy it.
Whee! Might buy a Syandana. Any recommendations? The dual Volpe Syandana that's a Tennogen one is probably my favorite right now. It just has like really, really cool effects to it. Hey, look. Whee! Nasha! Any advice for doing the Grendel missions? The big thing with the Grendel missions is augments will function in there, but mods you can't put other mods on. So look for Warframes that have really cool and useful augments. I would recommend, like, the ones that I played the most, and I did those missions with the best, were Hildren, Haro, and Wisp were the ones that I had the most success with. because they don't necessarily need mods to be very strong, so they're usually pretty okay with just doing their thing. And they don't really need to be too concerned for stuff like that. And like other weapons that have it, augments and stuff like that, just tried all three. The other thing is, like, if you have the ability to, doing it with a squad is really, really useful. What would you say are good numbers for crit damage chance and status damage chance? Okay, so I'm going to have to extrapolate a little bit of what you're saying there. I assume you mean, like, what are good numbers for you to focus in on those stats? And I would probably say anything above sort of 22% for either status chance or crit chance, and anything over a 2.2 crit damage multiplier is where I would look at. So generally speaking, because percentages stuff, you meant as a base? Yeah, so baseline, you're looking at like 22%, generally speaking, because 20% is your quote-unquote average for crit chance, crit status, or crit chance, status chance. So anything sort of above your average will be good times. Is there no Syndana similar to the Tenocon one? The Repla is kind of the closest one there. Wisp Prime, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And also, Para Isabi? Something along those lines. Similar one coming out. Yeah, there is a refresh of the Tenocon Syndana coming. I don't remember if that was with the March update. Para's fine. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. The old dyslexia and names with names. It looks better than the Riftguard one we have now. Yeah, actually, I do think the refresh one looks better than the base one. The extra details on the cloth really make a difference. Are going for anything? I'm looking for the Ureli Gold, Axie Y1, but it's like not necessary. Hey Carl, how you doing today? Hi, should you use Trinity Prime over Volt since you have it? Pretty much a beginner, just have Twitch Prime long ago. Any recommendations, video guides for anything for someone new? So the first things first is go with whatever Warframe looks the coolest to you. All Warframes are good, and all of them have very good capabilities and different playstyles to play. Trinity right now is one of the most tanky frames in the game, so if you're looking for a high survivability frame that also supports your squad, Trinity does some really, really awesome things. If you're looking for like a specific build for Trinity, you can type !Trinity and see my build. It is very much an end game oriented build, so if you're relatively new, you might be like, I don't know any of these mods. But you can use it as a guidepost of where you might want to go with your Trinity over time, right? So take a look at the mods, be like, oh, this guy's running a lot of strength. Maybe I should run some strength on my Trinity, or, you know, what have you. The other thing as a new player that I would always recommend is two things. Do your quests and join a clan. The reason why I say do your quests is quests will unlock new systems in the game, will get you further progressed, unlock new missions, and a whole bunch of other useful things like that. And the other reason why I say join a clan is inside of clan dojos, there's a lot of free weapon blueprints, free Warframe blueprints, and a whole bunch of other stuff that are very useful for the game. So if you need a clan bear, you can shoot me a private message in game and just say clan invite, please. And I will send you a clan invite. It's nothing special. It's just a clan made for people to grab this loot. And as Riaz said, make sure to have fun, right? It's a game. There's like not a competition in this game because it's a PvE game. There's not really a reason, you know, to be like sweaty in this game. Just sit back, enjoy your time, have fun. And yeah, we're always happy to give you a hand, either myself or other people in the community. Warframe community is, in general speaking, a very, very helpful community. Aggressively so sometimes. But the best thing that I would say is just like, you know, take it slow. You'll get there. There is no rush. Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. And play the game that you want to play, right? You can play super supporty. You can play super damage output. You can play a little bit of both. You can do a lot of stuff in Warframe depending on what you're doing. Do I stream tomorrow? No, I take Sundays off for myself. I stream Tuesdays through Saturdays. Pretty much all around melee right now. If you're doing melee stuff, then you might want to be playing more with the Volt. Volt's second ability. Volt's third ability will increase your melee attack speed. So you might want to mess around with Volt. Although Volt is very, very, very good. But it has the trade-off to Volt is survivability, right? So if you're wanting to focus on melee, you might want to go more towards Volt. But I would say if you like the look of Trinity and you like the idea of sort of the support, the invincible support frame, Trinity is a bonkers support frame. Very, very strong. Nice to meet you. Quick question. What are your recommendations to grind out, use the Grendel missions? I would probably recommend frames that are highly survivable. And survivable through abilities, not survivable through other functions. So we're thinking Hildren, we're thinking Horror, we're thinking Wisp. The other side and reason for that is because while you can't use any mods, you can use augment mods. So frames that have strong augments is something I would recommend. And if you want to go that route for farming normal Grendel. So I, for instance, usually would recommend Wisp or Horror or Hildren are all very solid choices for Grendel's farm. Maybe just Trinity Prime at the moment, make quests easier and get stuff and then come back to Volt. Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is when you're a new player, you may have done this before, like way back in the day. You get 50 platinum to spend on your account when you first make your account. I would recommend that you spend that 50 platinum on these precise purchases. A Warframe slot. One Warframe slot is 20 platinum. And 2 sets of 2 weapon slots. You only got 5 at the moment? Okay, so you might have spent that. That's fine. You'll still be fine even if you spent that, don't worry. Because Warframe has a player-run economy and you can trade with other players for the premium currency. You can trade with other people for that. In order to buy yourself some more weapon slots and Warframe slots later on down the road. You have A-Form on your K-Drive? I did know that, yes. Current top arc guns. I mean, my favorite is Hildren's. What's Hildren's called? Why can't I remember what Hildren's called? Larkspur, yeah. So if you type !point Larkspur, I'm pretty certain I've got a build out for the Larkspur. Yeah, the 50 personal platinum at the start. So the game has 2 separate forms of platinum, regular platinum and personal platinum. Personal platinum is non-tradable. And that's what the 50 platinum you get at the start of the game is. It's personal plat. And I think I've also gotten our Boosep video out as well. That's another one of my favorite arc guns, which you can type !point Arbusep for that. I don't remember if I've got a Grattler build out yet, but the Grattler build is the exact same as the Larkspur build, or at least the way that I play it is. No, I don't have one of those? Okay, yeah, it's the exact same as Larkspur build. I'm like 99% certain it's the exact same as the Larkspur build. I think that maybe there's slight changes.
The queens have sought out Warframes before. To present them with yours.
Ha, ba, 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 ba. Ha, ba, ba, ba. No! Never mind. I was gonna say, no, my shield, and that didn't matter because they died. Is the only source of Arc Gun Arcane adapters undermines? Yes. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Oh, we're so close. Oh, that's gonna be frustrating if we don't hit that this month.
Outside the corrupted, they are draining your life support and fast. Eliminate them.
Boom. Boom. Hey, get out of here. Get out of here, you. Gotcha. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate you. Get out of here. See, status builds aren't the best for dealing with acolytes, unfortunately. Goodbye. Oh? Oh, all right. They're dead. Ha ba 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 ba. Ha ba ba. Ha ba 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 ba. Ha. Ha ba ba. Ha. Why does it feel like this survival's taking so long? Weird. Less to kill equals less engaged equals more preserved time. Nah, I don't know. It's kind of one of those days, I think, where the days just dragging a bit. Dragging these nuts. Ayo! Ayo! Yeah, I really hope that they do some stuff with Railjack. I know that there's been like a lot of talk about Railjack lately from the devs, so maybe we'll actually get some changes up on the Railjack front. I wouldn't mind seeing. All right, that just fell through the floor. See ya, friend. You want raids back? I know, we all do. Was consistently one-shotting Thrax all the way up to 3K and then your squad backs out. Boo. 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 Wee. Wee. Energy Vampire's nutty. Energy Vampire's always been nutty. Hello, I would like to one-shot you. Oh, I don't have a say in this, do I? Nope. Oh. Okay. See about circuit with Baruch Prime and not one-shotting, but holding your own without any issues to 1K. Yeah, Baruch is actually a very, very durable and high damage frame. I'm just not like a big fan of the way his exalted melee functions, so that's why I don't really play a lot of them. The the Arcoplasm or clipping a piece of terrain and then you're not getting your full damage potential out of it. It's a little bit frustrating. And I just find it to be really, really inconsistent. So that's the reason why I'm not like the biggest fan of him. It's not that he's bad, it's just doesn't suit my playstyle. It's a little bit more finicky than I would like. A Spy Noko Bale can stay a little guy for 40 seconds. That's hilarious. Evasion buff from Razorwing and the dust accuracy enemy nerf stack with each other. To my knowledge, it does. Akblov. Akblov got mag bubbled. If you get the mag bubble on you, you can roll out of it, by the way, so you don't die like that.
They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
You have the same mindset as I do with Brook, that you have with Ash. Yeah, Ash, I don't play for his exalted weapon. I play him as a weapon platform. And his exalted weapon's damage is just bonus damage. Is the way that I always look at it. I play him just as a bog standard weapon platform and then just spit out the 4 and just keep the 4 running the whole entire time. Hey Abs, how you doing? My mind into the big red. Bow, 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 bow.
The void has summoned a new presence and it craves our life support. Destroy these manifestations.
Get your PC sorted so you get more than 10 megabytes of internet. Ooh, that's good. That's useful. Now you get 900. Heck yeah. That is awesome. Can Surian possess Corpus to resurrect? I think that they can possess any enemy. I assume you mean Thrax? I think that they can possess any enemy. I haven't seen them not possess every enemy, I guess I should say. Yeah, you're about to die to a bunch of stats procs. Eh. Nerd. Whee! Lots of damage. Yay, damage. Heat sacking with the Cycron still the silliest way to kill Alad V. What was it? Kengineer did a video on like a bunch of different ways to kill the sergeant. That was fun. One of them being Navigator and killing him from Extract. Sergeant's not even a boss? No, the sergeant is a roadblock. Sergeant is made of fine wet paper. Navigator and regular Alad? Yeah, that's you're probably thinking Kengineer. Although I think Ken did it with the sergeant. A roadblock, caution tape at best. True and real. Hey, Em, how you doing? Speed bump? That is what I meant, but I'm dumb. I don't know how words work. Why does Velox Riven that should reduce your crit chance by 44% actually reduce the crit chance from 10% to 1.0? You're not complaining, but it's still a bit weird. You're right, that is weird. I don't have an answer for you. Do you have anything else that's giving you a minus crit chance? Is there anything else that gives you a minus crit chance? People say Volt is great for fishing, but you don't know why. So if you run around using Volt's charge, its charge damage, his passive will apply to your fishing spear. So it means that you don't need to change out your fishing spear weapon for each fish. Certain fish on the Plains of Eidolon require different spears in order to properly get them in one hit. But with a Volt Tech, you don't need to do that. It just goes through. Other sources of damage don't get applied to fishing spears, but for some reason, Volt's passive does. So it allows you to be able to fish with any spear for Plains of Eidolon, is the idea behind it. Just did Grendel defense with Dante. Yeah, Dante's fantastic for that as well. That's another good choice. Okay, we are heading to extract, peeps. Let's go. This isn't the way I'm supposed to go. Silly me. Is this way? Whee! Excuse me. And this way. And this way. Whee! Hey, Psycho. How you doing? Misery? Hey, buddy. How's it going? Status weapons. Against mini bosses who don't get a lot of status effects on them. Debilitate. Not good for dealing with mini bosses, but it doesn't matter. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, I'm sleepy today. Where you going? Give me your steel essences. Thank you. Oh no, what happened? Where'd you go? All right. Yeah, let's just skedaddle. Let's skedaddle. Off we go. That's the opposite of skedaddle. We're skedaddling. This Uber is leaving. This Uber is leaving. This Uber's leaving. Could you put Roar on Cyber 4 and make a pure gun buff frame? I think that Roar and Resupply are the same category, so I don't think you can have both of those. That's what my brain says. Mira, welcome on in. Yo, Mira, how was your stream today? What'd you get up to? Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Huh? There we go. There we go. Welcome on in, everybody. Now, what we like to do around here is anytime that we get raided, we like to do a little bit of a giveaway. So sit tight, and to thank Mira for a raid, we're going to do a little bit of a giveaway. Time to make something for yourself to eat? Yeah, no worries. You're absolutely welcome to. You think the command? Yeah, I was meaning to do the big shout out. That's why. Let's try to do the big shout out, and I pressed the wrong button because I'm dumb. Over is 4 to make it more into a gun buff. I mean, I just can't remember if resupply is one of those abilities. If it's not, then yeah, Roar or Zadas would be good choices. Probably Zadas, honestly. Let's go find out. Okay, Kane. We can do that in just a minute here. Yeah, so it's Roar, Zadas, and Mirage is on the same as this. So you can't put Roar, Zadas, or Mirage Eclipse on here without switching out resupply. So if you're wanting to go full weapon build, you're probably looking at Nourish. What song is this? This is Mind Reader by Electric Callboy. Hey Tazzy, how you doing?
Look who it is.
Shock, maybe? Yeah, you could go Shock as well for whatchamacallit. Shock Trooper. Thermal Transfer, yeah, that's another one that you could go for. I would probably... Can you use Roar on Zaku's 3? No, Zada's Whisper is in the same category. Anything that's in the same category, like Roar, Zada's Whisper, or Mirage, you can't put onto there without removing their buff. And typically speaking, it's usually best to keep their base ability. It'll generally be better. Not always, of course, but generally speaking, it'll be better. Alrighty. What do we got here? What shall we give away to the nice people to thank for the raid? Gauss. Alright, type exclamation point Gauss in the Twitch chat. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join, even on your first message. So if you came with the raid, you're welcome to join. Just type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. I do got to run a quick ad break here, though. Y'all know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a shirt belt. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And I'm just going to go get some water and some more coffee. Kuvanokor build with a toxic progenitor? I mean, yeah, but remember, elemental vices exist. Right? So you can switch around the element at will whenever you want to. So it doesn't really matter what element you go with at the end of the day. Because you're going to be usually putting 5 formal on the weapon anyway in order to get the maximum mastery out of it. And then that unlocks the ability to put an elemental vice on, and then you can switch out elements at will in the arsenal. So your starter progenitor doesn't matter anymore when it comes to adversary weapons. It's all good in the hood. You can do whatever you feel like. Alrighty, Cosmic, let's take a look at your Loki. Starter progenitor only really matters for the ephemera? Yeah, basically. Yeah. Is there a requirement for elemental vice besides level 40? No, you need to be level 40 and you got to be ranked 5 with the hex in order to get it. How do you join the giveaway? By typing exclamation point join. Very cool looking Loki, actually, Cosmic. I agree, he is a little bit beefier there. I like it. Icicle, Necros. Okay, so you're doing a loot Necros, high range, decent strength. Multi-augmented gets you up to 209. You might want to switch out Brief Respite for, or 199. Yeah, you might want to switch out Brief Respite for Growing Power so that you hit the 214 power strength needed for Shield of Shadows to be at max. That's the only thing I would say. Or some power strength shards. Also, you do want to be running as much strength as you can for Orgaze, so that Orgaze will have the, because it scales off of power strength. So having more power strength on Necros isn't bad, but I think what you're doing here is the right direction. Raphael, how you doing? But like either Growing Power, you think you have 3 strength shards on? Yeah, if you got 3 strength shards, then you're fine. Yeah. But either way, I probably wouldn't run Brief Respite. What about Augur Secrets over Equilibrium? You mean the best mod in the game for him? No, absolutely not. No, you go Shards or you would go Aura. No, this is the best mod on him. Love of video parts in Kaiser Axia video. Nice. Welcome on in. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Replace with a purple shard? No, because you're going to be spamming Orgaze so often that you need the max rank Equilibrium. If you're doing a loop build like this, you're going to be using this quite frequently. You need as much energy as you possibly can. You want to be keeping Equilibrium. But again, if you have 299 because of multi-augmented, plus, you know, 20 or plus 15% strength from one Archon Tau Forge shard, gets you up to the 214 necessary for Shadows of the Dead, Shield of Shadows. So you're fine. It's just one or the other, right? Shards or Growing Power, doesn't matter which. But otherwise, I like the rest of this build. Maybe you could use a health mod on here, but like, it's not really going to be that big of a deal. You have 90% damage redirection, 90% damage reduction. You'll be pretty tanky. Status effects aren't bothersome to you at all. Yeah. I like to build, I like to build. And your Necros fashion. Ooh. You realize also for shield gen? Yeah, exactly. It could be nice for the shield gen, because then that plays well into the damage redirection and damage reduction. Stynax. Ooh, hi. Yes, this is very similar to my Stynax. Oh, Kane, that's hilarious. This is actually fairly similar to my Stynax build. I play a weapon platform Stynax shield tank. It's a ton of fun. It's really, really good. I would probably not run one of these 3. Choose one and replace it with adaptation. Damage reduction works on shields, so your shields would have 95% damage reduction at max max stats there. I would probably get rid of either Boreal's Vigor or Accord for that. You got this to rebuild your shields. You could go with Condemn for a lockdown, or you could go with Pillage. Either direction would also go very well here. I would probably go with Condemn instead of rebuild shields. No cooldown. Lockdowns give you huge amount of shields. Crowd control is very powerful in the game. Remedium works well too. Yeah, Remedium's another choice, but I would typically go for Condemn over that. Although the nice thing about Remedium is it does give you a status cleanse as well, and replenishes your health. Your shields are going to be fairly replenished from rallying points, so you don't really need this necessarily, because rally point does it. In fact, I would probably adaptation, duration. Get your duration up a little bit more so that rally point doesn't need to be cast as frequently.
I used to love the old myths about mortals getting out on gods and monsters. Now I get to live out my very own. Oh, where's it all down for us?
Whee! Ugh. Oh, we're 4 off. Bot plat for the first time for the 50% plat. Ooh, very nice. Well, the 2 sets for that you have for the community. Yeah, we'll just do it all together here. So close. Hi, Arcane Truculence. No, that was a shield tank build. So there was not the augment for the fourth ability there. So in that case, Arcane Truculence, not so much. However, if you're playing the Overguard gen build, Arcane Truculence is very, very good. Gauss. Trade failed. Why did the trade fail? Oh, there we go. And then you said you had something else here? Here. I have, Why, thank you for the Savagoth and the Ivara for the community giveaway pool. Thank you very much, Kane. GG. Alrighty. And speaking of Kane, we got a Uriel. Oh, I love that. Oh. Oh. The thing that I really like about Uriel's armor over others is that there's depth to it. There's so many of the, like, frames that have really cool armors, but you just can't see it because it doesn't have, like, proper depth to it. Like, this one, like, you can actually see all the details when it's all blacked out. It's actually really, really cool. I like that a lot. Monster Hunter Wilds? I sadly have no idea about Monster Hunter Wilds. But it does look really cool. Good range, decent duration, very good duration, high strength, or decent strength, arcane concentration for more duration. So, I actually don't like running, duration on Zaku. Scotty! Tier 1 for 9 months? Heck yeah! Thank you so much, Scotty. Appreciate you. How you been? So Zaku's fourth ability will pause the duration of the rest of Zaku's abilities. So you don't necessarily need duration on Zaku, because you just cast the fourth ability once every, like, 30 seconds. So I actually wouldn't be running duration on Zaku at all. I would just be casting the fourth more frequently. So like this, I would replace with more range. Like you get an auger reach on here for more range, because this scales off of the amount of guns that it grabs is based off of range values. So like I would get rid of this for more range. I would get rid of this for like more strength for Zada's Whisper. And I probably wouldn't run concentration. I would probably run Molt Augmented here. Again, just more strength. I don't know if you'd necessarily need Equilibrium, right? Because you pause the duration of all the abilities, and that's going to effectively give you extra energy economy. Because you just cast this once every 30 seconds, so it's 155 energy every 30 seconds-ish, and that will pause the duration of all these abilities. And with Arcane Energize here, you probably don't need Equilibrium. I'd say some more range, maybe like some health or shields to play into that, but you should be fine. But I would say probably some more range on here. And maybe some more strength. Let's hear Zaku. Oh, that's really pretty. Ooh, that's really pretty. Ooh, I really like that, actually. Good choice with the ephemera, too. Gives it a nice, this is the heat ephemera. Gives a nice sort of light effect to them. What about your other Zaku? I mean, I've never really been a big fan of the skeleton appearance of Zaku, so I prefer the other one, but like, that is actually pretty cool looking. Turbo Inros. Ooh. Monochrome with bright blue, very nice. I like. With the Lavos Deluxe Signa. Accidentally made a Necros fashion with the chest plate. Let's see. Ooh, that looks really good. Baby shower, just ready to chill. Nice. I hope that the baby shower went well. This is a really cool looking Necros. I really like that. Really like that a lot, actually. Vauban. Why gloom? Why gloom? Why are you doing a persistence Vauban? That's interesting. Mecha set persistence Vauban. Huh. I'm game. So you're gonna have about 2,000 health with that, and then Bastille's giving you a bunch of armor, health conversion for more armor, Mecha Pulse every once in a while for more armor as well. They really need to fix Mecha Pulse, because right now it's whoever kills the marked enemy gets the armor, not you. And that seems really stupid to me. Mecha Pulse should affect the person who activated it, being the person who's has the mecha set. So I really wish that that got changed. It would make this mod and the whole entire mecha set really much better. I mean, typically speaking, people run higher range than what you're running here, right? So for Vortex and stuff, but you are running a Gloom, so that's probably the reason why not, so that you don't eat all of your energy with Gloom. Keep in mind that Archon Stretch won't be activated when Gloom's active. This is a channeled ability when enemies are in range. So this would, the energy per second won't activate here when you have Gloom active. Let's keep that in mind. But it's kind of cool. I like the idea. Yeah, we got an arts and crafts channel there, Skittles. Yeah, it's kind of neat. I like it. Persistence, interesting. You know what you might want to do instead of Equilibrium here is Hunter Adrenaline or Rage, since you're running Persistence. But like realistically speaking, you shouldn't really be taking a whole lot of damage through all the CC. It's like you really shouldn't be taking a lot of damage, so maybe not Rage. Kind of cool. I like that. Chesakubro. Seismic Bond. Efficiency. Woo! Tenacious, resourceful, fetch, momentous. I mean, the only thing that I would have concerns here is that it's gonna die very frequently. But you should be fine. Tenacious is great. Resourceful, yeah. Animal instincts that you can see where enemies are. Duplex for extra energy. Seismic, synth deconstruct, mecha recharge. Yeah, looks all good to me. What's your Vauban look like? What's assumed to help keep Zaku alive? I would recommend Onamori. Because Zaku has when you activate Zaku's fourth ability, they have a 75% dodge chance. Ooh, that's a really cool looking. I think I would brighten up this here a little bit, like a shade or two, just so it pops out a little bit more, but it does look good. Yeah, I would say for Zaku, I would probably go with Onamori. They have a 75% dodge chance natively from their fourth ability. And then Onamori will regenerate health and shields as well. For them as well. Yeah, Condemn is fine as well. Pillage is actually really good on them as well. So you can do some really interesting things with them. For survivability wise. I would just go with Onamori personally. Just because it's a little bit easier, set and forget. Right? But it's not like either one is going to be a bad choice. You're going to be pretty happy either direction. Oh, I need to check to see if I've done all my weekly shopping. Shield recharge, gate. Yeah, but also Onamori does that, right? 50% chance to block all damage. She has. They have a 75% dodge chance already. So you're very rarely going to be taking damage. And then whenever you take damage, it regenerates health and shields with Onamori. But the other nice thing with Condemn or Pillage is, since Zaku, typically speaking, is a high range frame, both of those will work very well. Emerald Shards, 30% toxin status, work on sites resupply. If you are... using toxin through resupply, yes. Now, I haven't tested that one specifically because I'm working off the assumption that it works just like Araxia's fourth, where that does function. So I'm making an assumption here, but theoretically, yes. Anyway, the other nice thing with Condemn is that it locks enemies down, right? It's one of the few abilities that can lock down mini bosses in the game. So acolytes, disruption targets, demolishers, and that stuff. Better to run one of them. I would probably just run one or the other, Ollie. I wouldn't run both Reverse Rotosquell and Adaptation. Just because mod capacity at that point is a bit of a problem for, like, mod slots is a bit of a problem for, for Gyre. Void Flood? Bleh. Bleh. Okay, who wants to join me for, lift defense? Steel Path, lift defense, Simon, Erzman. Rondo. Rondo, what's your in-game name? Yeah, why not? Defense. What's a good subsume for Nezha other than pyrotechnics? Any of these 7. Wait. Any of these 7. All good choices. All right, Redacted, you take care. Alex, welcome in. How you doing? Oh. Oh.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid. Trust in your training.
It's the only tile set.
Use these to crack open the relic.
Huh. Why is the lighting so weird?
Use that reactor to open a
There we go. Energy. Energy. Energy, please. Energy, please. Enter me. Hop, 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 hop. Hop, hop, hop. Whee! Sometimes it's just fun to like just blap. Just blap. Where did all my null stars damage go? Who does they go after?
find out what's inside.
Oh. My like hip joint is in a lot of anger. Like a lot of anger lately, and I don't know why. It's probably just because it's not used to standing as often as I am with the new standing desk. But it do be la anger. Ha pa pa. Ha pa 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 pa. Ha pa pa. More. More. There we go. Become speed. Please become speed. In my mind. Oh, sorry, everybody. Gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. Whee!
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
There is no one else here. Yeah, I guess the Helios. I guess so. I suppose so. Caffeine. Nah, I don't want to listen to this song right now.
Continue to defend.
Ooh.
You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Don't mind if I do. A little caging of elephants. Man, okay, so I gotta ask, what do you all think is gonna happen with the Kuva Ghoul Saw? Do you think the Kuva Ghoul Saw is gonna have like some weird, unique trait to it? Or do you think any of the new Kuva, like the new adversary weapons, are gonna get anything cool? I don't think it's gonna be MR fodder. Because there's not really any Kuva weapon that I would classify in the MR fodder section. New augment? Maybe I would get a new augment. We haven't gotten any word for when this Nightwave is ending, so usually they would put augments in the Nightwave. They make the stance less clunky? Yeah, it's kind of what I'm hoping for too. Ride duration scales with combo multiplier? Okay, that would be cool. See, I would like to have some kind of like, since it is a saw blade, some kind of like tech with slash would be really cool. The Kuva Kraken, it's not good? Hey, how dare you? The Kuva Kraken's actually not that bad. If anything, I would say the Kuva, what's the rifle with the 4 barrels? Starts with a Q. Kuva Krak? Yeah, it's still fine. It's not bad. When's the Shadowgrapher event? Well, we haven't heard if there is an event with it, so question mark. But the Shadowgrapher patch is sometime in March. We don't have an official release date yet. And they haven't mentioned any, you think Rever Megan says that it'll have an event? Well, they didn't mention it in the dev stream, so unless they mentioned it somewhere else. Maybe they mentioned it in something else, but I don't think that they, at least not in the dev stream, they didn't mention it. Meg said March 26th. Yeah, Meg also misspoke there because March 26th is a Thursday. They don't usually patch on Thursdays. They usually patch on Wednesdays. So I doubt it'll be the 26th. Maybe the 25th, because that is Wednesday. But I don't think so with the 25th. Or 26th, sorry. March 26th, not March 26th. Yes, exactly. March 2026. Can't wait for the Vauban rework? Yeah, that's going to be in like just 2 weeks from now. As well as the Dagath deluxe skin. Soulframe release date? No, not yet. It's still super pre-alpha. I don't think that thing's getting a I don't think that's getting a thing. The 30th of March, 30th of February? True. No, we haven't gotten any release date yet for Soulframe. What is Soulframe? It's if Warframe and The Witcher / God of War / Breath of the Wild had a baby. It's the next game by Digital Extremes. It's actually really, really fun. Just haven't played it the last little while. It's in super pre-alpha, so it's not like a finished product yet. So, just like Warframe, they're involving the community early into the production process. Rather than keeping it locked behind doors for so long, they're letting people sort of play and test it so that they can make the game that we want to play. Hey, AVP, how you doing?
Action is ready. Unless you can handle more.
Whee! Orthos. Oh, man, I'm in so much pain. Multi-shot visual cap, but you think your Varbo has 70 multi-shot? I don't think that's physically possible.
Fighting. Another opportunity.
You're good away with work, so you're getting your Warframe fix proxy through me. Nice. Am I good? Nah, man, I'm broken. Primary overcharge. It's not multiplicative multi-shot. It's additive multi-shot, just like regular sources of multi-shot. So I don't know how you'd be getting all the way up to 70. How do you do more than 8 damage to Eximus, I assume is what you're trying to say? Well, Eximus enemies have what's known as Overguard, which is that blue health bar surrounding their health bar. If you're having problems getting through Overguard, then you should look at magnetic damage. Magnetic damage will increase the amount of damage that you do to Overguard. So if you're having problems with those types of enemies, throw some magnetic on your weapon. Depending on where you are in the game, there is single mods that will give you straight magnetic, so you don't need to run 2 mods in order to get the element, like you probably learned in the teacher quest. If you are not at that point yet, it is the combination of electric and cold. Otherwise, as King Amongst Thieves said there, make sure that you have mods on your weapons. And make sure that you are getting those mods on there and all that jazz. And if you do need any help with your build, you are more than welcome to send it to me in-game, and I'll take a look at it when I get the chance. My in-game name is right there, and there is some options there for you. Yes, but they may have also been being facetious or exaggerating by saying 8 damage to Eximus units. Meow. Hey, Cyril, how you doing? Status weapons. You done all the junk like the story and all that. You just can't do any damage, endgame crap like Archon hunts. Real problem you're having is you can't find a Warframe you want to primarily use, and you do not have the required brain capacity to get good mods and understand what is good. Then what I would probably just recommend is take a look at what Warframe you think is good. If you don't want to figure out how to build yourself, like go check out creators builds. So if you type !Warframe or !YouTube, you can check out my YouTube channel. I put out shorts every day, basically, and a number of build videos as well for long formats if that's what you prefer. Overframe's fine. You just gotta know how to use it, just like any tool. What is Overframe? It's essentially a website where people put their lists, their builds on. But you just have to use it properly. The biggest thing with it is you have to filter out the patches. Because the website's been around for so long and it doesn't auto-filter to the most recent patch, you end up getting really, really old information if you don't use a filter. But I would probably, if you haven't yet, check out my YouTube. Again, you can type !YouTube. I put out shorts every day, and you can check out information on there. But if you aren't certain about doing build crafting yourself, then the best thing that I would recommend is just take a look at what other creators are doing and other people are doing, and go from there. If you don't feel like putting in the work for learning the mod crafting and all that jazz, I would highly recommend that you just sort of like get a basic understanding of the reason why people are doing what they're doing. So like take a look at the frame, figure out what the mods are looking for, you know, take a look at what the creators are using, and go from there. So for instance, if you take a look at any of my builds and you're like, oh wow, this guy's running a lot of strength on this frame. I wonder why this guy's running a lot of strength on here. And then you take a look at the mods and you try to understand the reason why someone is doing what they're doing rather than just doing what they're doing. Right? You will have a lot more fun in the game if you understand the logic behind why you're doing what you're doing, rather than just copying someone's build outright. Because then you can get into build crafting yourself. You can start to learn how to do damage, how to mod weapons. Then you don't need to use you don't need to be sort of at the mercy of creators, and then you can get better educated yourself. I'm stuck on terrain again. It's always the problem with terrain and me. But Overframe's perfectly fine. People like to hate on Overframe, but it's largely just people don't know how to use Overframe. Right? Like, you don't pay attention to the tier lists on Overframe. Copy and paste. The problem is you just take from YouTube, but all the mods you need are ones behind more grinding, more stuff you can't do. It's constantly confusing yourself. Make yourself a checklist. Work at it slowly. The other thing that's important to remember is you take a look at what the mods do. So for instance, hey, this Nezha has a lot of range on it. I should just put range mods on here, as many of the range mods as I possibly can. And you go from there, right? And then you start figuring out where to farm those mods, or you start farming platinum to trade for those mods that you're having problems getting. Because remember, Warframe is a fully run player economy. Our premium currency is tradable. So if you need something, then you can trade with other players for it. They updated the mantling system. They're doing that with the next major update. That is actually happening. Well, they're working on it. I don't know if it's planning on coming with the Shadow Grapher, but it is something that they're working on. Hey, Sunwolf. Rip wall running, I agree with it. It was just change for change's sake. It was cool, but I agree that it was probably not something worth their time doing. The only time you really get platinum is in the free PS Plus packs. Yeah, that's also personal platinum, so you can't trade that with people. A really easy way to get platinum is doing what we're doing right now. Do relic farms, anything that you don't need, you sell for plat. Why is that guy not taking any damage? Weird. So like any of these that you don't need, instead of like crafting it, you sell it for platinum to other players. Hey, Sunwolf. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, accident. Bop, bop. Oh, yeah, don't use straight chat. Also. Also, don't use straight chat. Use Warframe.market. Warframe.market is a fan-run site where it's essentially an auction house. You can post listings of what you're looking to sell and wanting to trade with people. Easy. And if your stream is open, well, that's okay. Welcome on in. So I would highly, highly recommend doing all your trading through Warframe.market. Don't use trade chat. Trade chat is a surefire way for you to get scammed or to you accidentally scam somebody else. I would just use Warframe.market at all opportunities. These variety heavy games, but as soon as you get into it, you get so confused. Yeah, the thing is, like, take it slow. It's a marathon, right? Warframe's not a sprint. It's a slow burn. A lot of people come into Warframe being like, I'm going to be God mode tomorrow. It's like, no, I'm going to be God mode in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's not a game where you go super hard right away. It's a game where you work at it slowly. Oh, sorry, Chizzy. Didn't know that was a spelling error. My bad. You can resend it. Derp, welcome in. How you doing? You've been having trouble dealing with the Lich after just, you got carried hard? Yeah, so if you want to, Goofy, what you can do is you can send me your build in game, and I can give you some recommendations. Like, I take a look at people's builds. Why is this specifically not doing any damage? Oh, it's a Guardian Xmas was eating the damage. It kept replenishing its shields. That's hilarious. You have no build? Well, no worries. We can help you with your builds. Okay, GG squad, we're heading out here. Ooh, Brook. What Kuva weapon's the best in my opinion? I mean, it's hard to argue. See, this is the problem, right? Warframe is so much of a personal preference type game that like the best is so qualitative. It's not like a quantitative question. The one that I like the most right now is the Kuva Comb, Kuva Sobek, and probably the new core. The new core is just so good. Those are the ones that I enjoy the most. And for Kuva melee weapons, there's like literally only whatchamacallit. You always forget that most Warframe players are free to help you with your entire build and tell you every bit about this game. Yeah, it's what we do. Yeah. Warframe is not a hard game, it's just a complex game. And a lot of people mistake difficulty and complexity for both being the same thing. They're not. It's not a hard game, it's just a complex game. Is the Kuva Heck good? Yeah, the Kuva Heck's actually pretty fun. It's got some really interesting damage to it. Warframe's a knowledge check game? Yeah, precisely. Warframe is basically just riding a bicycle. Once you know how to ride a bicycle, you're fine. You know what I mean? Once you get sort of that that basic understanding, you're usually pretty solid. Kuva Heck was funny back when it could one-shot Archons. It can still one-shot Archons now. Because of the changes to damage attenuation. You're thinking of getting the Kestrel Prime. Is that any good? It's alright. It's not like bad, but it's not going to be changing anyone's main melee weapons. If you know what I mean. Attenuation changes make Archons speedruns, yeah. Removing damage attenuation, I mean, they changed it, but they removed it, basically. Really, really made things overly simple for boss fights and stuff like that. They're like, you know, acolytes, archons, disruption targets. They're made of paper now. It's not really that difficult anymore. In the grand scheme of things. You only have his prime main blueprint. Necros is so good. I love Necros. Necros is very fun. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people look at pre-roll ads. Sit tight. We'll see you in a second. You wanna primarily Necros? Necros is great fun. How you enjoying this standing desk? Not bad. I am noticing like some muscle problems. Like my hip joints are really angry. So I stretch 3 times a day right now. I stretch before stream, when I'm done stream, and when I wake up. And I'm just in a lot of pain. But, you know, I've been sitting on my butt for the past 3 years, so it makes sense why I'm having such bad physical pain here. How am I doing today? I'm all right. How are you? I'm okay. I'm surviving. What's the name of this song? Aerial System of a Down. Okay, Kev, what you got? A burstin'. Okay, so you're certainly sitting more in the beginner area for burst and build. Damage and multi-shot's not bad. You could certainly roll something better. You'd be looking for like multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage, typically speaking. Serration's fine on here. Galvanized aptitude, galvanized chamber when you can. There's a corrupted crit chance mod I would probably run instead of that. And what, you're running cold corrosive? I would maybe not run cold corrosive. It's fine. And it would turn it into blast for the incarnate form when you get to the incarnate form. I don't know if you have that yet. But I would probably run some fire rate on here. Like I would remove one of these elements and run some kind of fire rate. Either the truth mod from the Arbors of Hexus or shred / prime shred. Otherwise, you're going in the right direction. And for a beginner build, it's certainly not bad. Do you mean to send Wukong staff 3 times here, Kev? Are these all different builds? Yes, okay. Also, which one of these do you think is good for Wukong staff? Okay. Hey, Turbo, how you doing? What's a good weapon loadout you should try to get while Necros is being made? Anything that has an Incarnon or an adversary version, so Kuva Code Attendant, will all be good. All those weapons are considered sort of the top tier weapons now these days. So anything that falls into those categories. What in the world is an Incarnon? An Incarnon is a weapon special mod that affects some weapons in the game that will change the way that it functions. So the Lado Vandal goes from a single shot pistol into a multi-shot ricochet pistol. So when you hit someone, bullets will ricochet off and hit people. No, not a ribbon. It has different evolutions here, which change how the weapon functions. So for instance, this one here will increase your base damage, and reloading for empty will increase your base damage. This one here will give you minus weapon recoil and plus minus weapon recoil plus accuracy. And then this one here will give you increase your base critical chance and base status chance. The Incarnons come from a few different areas. Typically speaking, the Steel Path Circuit. Is this new? Depends on how new you mean. This has been around for 4 or 5 years at this point. So here in the Steel Path to Vary Circuit, you get to choose 2 of these a week. Choose whatever ones you want. For this week, I would say the Boltor and the Lex would be the 2 I would take. Unless you're doing melee stuff, then the Magistar or the Ceramic Dagger are both really good choices. 5 years for the OGs, yeah. So then you get them from there. Here in the Zarman, this Reputation Hub has a few. It has like 4 or 5 of them in there. And then here in Demos, you have 4 or 5 here. You really dislike the Lex? The Lex is actually really, really good. Do you have a Fenmore build? Nah, I still haven't even made the Fenmore. Still haven't even made it. How many Boltor weapons are there? Mark 1 base. Wait, is there a Mark 1 Boltor? I can't remember if there's a Mark 1 Boltor. There's at least 3, possibly 4 if there's a Mark 1. Okay, Kev, let's take a look at your Wukong. There's no Mark 1? Yes, then not Mark 1. Crit chance and crit damage, crit chance, influence, condition overload. So if you got a status prime and companion, this is perfectly fine. This is really, really good. Although you might want to look at getting some range on here, which realistically speaking, I would probably switch out this for some range. Exalted weapons have 100% follow through, Kev. So it means that, so for those who don't know what follow through is, every enemy after the first enemy hit, so first enemy will take 100%, second enemy will take the percentage of, based off of follow through, so you have 80% follow through, then it goes from 100%, then 80% of 100%, then 80% of that 80% of the 100%, and so on and so forth. So because it has 100% follow through, it means you're doing full damage to all enemies hit. So this is a very, 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 very important stat for melee weapons. And because you have 100% follow through, you should take advantage of that and throw on some range here. And I would probably replace Weeping Wounds. You have 120% status chance here. You can replace these with 60/60s. So you probably, Weeping Wounds is probably the one that you could replace here. Telos, Boltor, or Prime for the Incarnate. If you're going crits, Telos. If you're going more status, crit hybrid, Prime. Should you kill your Lich and get the Heck for the Necros? Yeah, it's not a bad weapon for the Necros. Necros really wants weapons that have high slash damage. So, of the Kuva weapons, the Kuva Comb is the one that I usually pair with Necros. Fisk, welcome in. How you doing? I like the other one much better than this one. And yeah, I liked the first one the best. Yep. How do you grind Kuva weapons without suffering? Party up with friends. And if you want to, we've got a really good Discord community who love to run adversaries. Liches are adversaries. Sisters of Parvos are also adversaries. Coda, Technocyte Coda are the other types of adversary. But yeah, if you're having problems, I would highly recommend. We've got a really, really good community. Requiem mods, 1 mod? Incorrect. It's Requiem mods come from single relic. It's not a 1 mod. It's going to be 1 relic for all Requiem mods. What'd you want for a Comb Raven? Status chance, multi-shot. Status chance, multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage, fire rate, element, somewhere in there. Because the Kuva Comb can go into a crit status hybrid fairly easily. So if you get crit chance, crit damage on there, then you can go heavier into the crit side. If you get like multi-shot, fire rate, status chance, you can go more into the status side. If you get like, you know, some combination in there, then you can do sort of a crit status hybrid. Where are the tenant weapons from? Coda adversaries. It's a little bit of a different system. You go into a mission in Holvania that has the Technocyte in. You fight them. It's a little bit of a different system where it has the hacking mods instead. So you have to go do the bounty to get the mod, and then you put on 3 mods, and then you find out which of those is you want. From there, tenant weapons, yeah, but someone else asked about the Coda weapons as well. Yes, someone else also asked about the Coda weapons, for love of God. And then you get the heart cells here. For the Sisters of Parvos tenant weapons, you go, typically speaking, to Hydra on Pluto. I believe it's Hydra. Memory serves correctly, it's Hydra. Yes, Hydra. On Pluto, this is capture here. You look for the golden hand inside of here. You give it a Zenith coin. You kill 25 of the ghosts inside of the Grandum Void. You don't need to finish the Grandum Void fully. You just need to kill 25 ghosts. And then you finish off the mission, wait for it to spawn, good to go. And just for example, we'll quickly pop in here so I can find a golden hand. I can show you what I'm talking about.
You are here on a capture mission. Capture and extract our target.
So I'm gonna find a golden hand here real quick. So you wander around in here until you find one of the golden hands. There's one right there. You go up to this golden hand. You walk up to it. You kill the enemies that are nearby. Get out of here. And you want to do the golden hand as quickly as you can. The reason why is for spawning enemies. And you do the Zenith Granum coin. You go in, do the Zenith Granum Void. You need to kill 25 enemies in there, I believe it is. And then when you come out of the Granum Void, then you go towards the end of the mission. And at the end of the mission, before the end of the mission, it'll do the light flashing like you're being invaded by somebody, and then it'll say, "This sister is worthy, bah, 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 RP, RP, RP." And then you do the same thing with other stuff. Also craft the Zorus. Yeah, the Zorus does help, but you just need to get 25 kills, so you don't really need the Zorus. You don't need to finish the Granum Void, you just need to kill stuff. So it's not as hard as doing like the full Granum Void loop. And if you don't care about what progenitor element you're starting with, take Mesa in. Mesa is the simple way for doing that. What do I feel like doing? Do we got anything fun here? No, we don't have anything fun here. Wow, we really have nothing here. Nifty. Literally nothing. Use Noko and spam 4. Yeah, Noko with 4. Mesa, anything that has high ability damage that does AoE ability damage does it really well too. Haro, the clapping Haro build with Thermal Thunder. And adversaries are Kuvalich's. Someone asked this earlier. Adversary is Kuvalich, Sister Parvo's Tenant, or Coda Technocyte. Those are, the technical term is adversary. Or the official term is adversary. You're bursting? You'll have to check the VOD, Kev. Sorry, I can't remember what I mentioned. Sorry about that. Yo, Hawk, how you doing? Drop. What skin is this? This is the Nova Deluxe. Sorry, I was just checking something there. Nothing. All right. Who wants to join me for a Mezzo survival? While I throw more form at my nudger here. Secondary? Yeah, sure. Kev. Kev, can you shoot me a private message? Hawktua, what's your in-game name? Can you play? We've just filled up our squad here. Between Kev and Hawktua here. EE Hunter. And, Kev, can you just shoot me a private message? There you go. Oh, it's Thorn Dragon. There you go. They wouldn't let you have Thorny? Boo. 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 Wow, wow, wow. Bow, bow, bow. Wow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Kev, you just want to take that invite whenever you get the chance? And then we'll get going here. there anything I need here? Ooh, Gus. Meso G9. About diminishing returns in this game and they still refuse to listen to you? Yeah, I mean, it's up to people, right? Diminishing returns sort of exists in Warframe, just the term that I use to explain things when they get less useful the more of something you have, which is basically what diminishing returns is, even though it's technically not really a thing inside of Warframe. Hey, watch my stuff on TikTok. Thought you recognized the profile pic. Well, welcome on in. Make sure to check out me out on YouTube too.
Your enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you
But I hope you're doing well.
There are void fishes in the area. Use these to crack open a relic.
I immediately went to try to find candies, even though this is not a candy mission. I was fully expecting candies to be here.
Sending auxiliary.
Because I'm usually only doing this mission when we're doing candy hunting.
You're near a fissure.
So that's minorly hilarious. What do we got here for this room? This is a room where life support? Well, I didn't even cast any of my abilities there. Abilities? You want to cast? No? Alright. Alright.
They're dropping
All right.
reactant. Use it to crack open a
This is a fine room for us to get started. Why was I doing radiation damage there? Weird. What was I doing radiation damage there?
reactant is working on your relic. Find more.
Bottom. Bottom.
Ready for a capsule.
Bottom. Whee! Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You gotta love it when they're all nicely grouped up for the pyro. Yeah, that's the good stuff.
I've delivered
Oh yeah.
support
Oh,
capsule to the
oh,
air.
oh.
Activating will buy you more time.
Oh, Neja. You silly little monster. Whee! Whee! Wow, that was a beefy explosion. My hot take of Warframe is everything should have an LOS check. That's still my hot take in Warframe, and I say that as playing a frame that really benefits from not having LOS. I still think it should be a thing. But I know that I'm the one that nobody agrees with on that one, and that's okay. Man, the comb with a bunch of ammo efficiency is just very fun. Oh, man, Crux is so good on the comb. I tried debilitate on the comb and I wasn't super happy with it. Damage. Oh, damage. Game is set for players to interpret it in creative ways. I agree, but also there needs to be like some kind of guide rails to stuff. Or you end up getting just like problematic playstyles that kind of like ruin other people's fun. Which, like, admittedly so, this Neja falls under that category. There's a reason when I'm playing Neja, I typically don't really play my caster, even though I'm using my caster build. Like, even with playing a caster build, I usually don't, you know, spam out my abilities very much. Because I just find that it's, you know, bothersome for other people's enjoyment of the game. Ooh, hold on. I have support over here. Violence! Hey, buddy. Thanks for your candies. Is Neja that bad? Neja's very strong. But, like, if I was doing the full nuke spamming here, I mean, I'm already doing 89% of the damage for the squad. Like, if I was doing the full nuke spamming and not just focusing on just, like, messing around and shooting and every, like, 30 seconds casting my abilities, yeah, it would be that bad. I just tend to, like, you know, I just like playing the game, and, like, I don't want to interrupt the way other people play and their sort of enjoyment. Need to know this tech? Well, you should go watch my Neja video. Type exclamation point Neja for the 6/7 different builds. Okay, we do got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the story. Or we got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. The how many builds? 6, 7? Yeah, 6, 7. Ah!
The raid is off to a successful start. Extraction is available if you need it.
Whee! Herm. 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 Do do do. Without love, I can't get enough pain. Oh, talk about pain! Holy crap! I be in pain. Help! Oh. Could have played hallway hero there, but I chose not to. I saw the big train of enemies, but I was like, no, we'll let them come to the squad. We'll let them come over here, and then we kill them all. Kill them all, Tano. Imagine if, like, the Lotus was just like, that's it, I'm sick of their shit. Wipe them out. What? That's it. I'm sick of the LV shit. We're killing all the corpus. We're going mass slaughter. What the hell, man? The Lotus enters her villain arc.
Additional light support has arrived.
Ha ha ha.
That's it.
Ha 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 ha.
Finish your mission.
ha. Again, hey. I mean, you're not wrong, but hey. They're all laughing at you up there, kiddo. Kill them all. Whee! Am I at max? I am. Okay, good. That's all I needed to know. I'm at my max level. Torment, where are you? Oh, Torment's dead. Ooh, look at these beautiful stacks of enemies. Yes. Time to be lit on fire. Why do I keep looking at that? I know I'm at max rank. Whee! Whee! Ooh, I see a gem over there. Gem. I love gems. I'm a dwarf. We're rich! I want to play some Deep Rock. I want to play some. Ow, you jerk! I was gonna let you all live, and then that guy's decided to make me violent at you. You can all blame that one dickhead with a stupid nullifier bubble for all your deaths. All of you, you're also dying because of nullifier dickhead. You're welcome. There's a new season in Deep Rock. I'm shocked that that game has, like, they keep adding more season passes to it. That's awesome. That's so cool to see. Season passes are free? Yeah, I know. Same with Warframe. But the one nice thing that they do outside of, like, the difference with Warframe is that you can go back and replay the other seasons. Which I actually do think that Warframe could do something like that. But I also think that that would cause problems for the, you know, player economy in Warframe. Because if you could just, like, access those old, whatchamacallits? Augments and stuff, that could cause economic damage. But here's a hot tip. I don't think you should care. I think you should still do it. Because it would make people happy. What are you guys doing over here? Is this a better room over here? Oh, you know what? Let's hang out in this room. It's a little bit nicer. Whee! Most are returning in Nightwave? Yeah, they eventually return in Nightwave. Why do I keep looking? I know I'm at max rank. You got like 500 old ones from when you stopped playing? Ah, yes, yes.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
What am I stuck on? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Yeah, why not? They should sell for a ton? Yeah. The those older augments are a little bit harder to get. Are really, really good money. Really good money. Good for new players to get the augments for weapons they like. Yeah, that's exactly my position. I think it would be good for a number of reasons to do that. Even though, like I said, I do understand there may be reason for not wanting to do it. Like, I do get it. But I think that it would be good for the game overall if they did something like that. Oh? How'd you not die? Loot. So I forgot the build you showed you is pretty survivable, which is what your goal, because he's normally so squishy. Yeah, he's a bit of a glass cannon, right? The way that I always look at it is like you got one of two choices. You could be like highly survivable or highly damage output. And you have to work around that from the baseline. Oh, it's okay. We can just res you. Don't ever feel like you need to force res like that when you're playing with us. More than happy to res you. Similar to what they did with Arcanes. I think that would be interesting. But I think the thing I would love to see more is just them allowing us to replay those older Nightwaves. And, like, follow the loot track of it. You know, same idea as, like, Deep Rock Galactic. Same idea as Helldivers. I think that would be a nice extra included thing into the game. There we go. Someone used arcanes, at least giving people a reason to use them. Yeah, I agree. But then the other part of the problem always for developers is like, is it worth our time to go back and do that? You know what I mean? Like, is this going to be something that's actually worth it? Would this create, you know, the demand for these arcanes? I feel like is always a worthwhile question when it comes to stuff like that. Basically went for shield gating build, but with Sevagoth, yeah, it's typically how people survive with Sevagoth. Typically. Alternatively, make the weak ones available earlier and super easy to farm. Yeah, I agree. Like arcanes existing in Archon or like whatchamacallit? Negatech looks demi-strong. Yeah, it's the reason why it's considered to be, along with like Hildren and Sevagoth, is the highest damaging frames in the game right now. Another shot of that? No, but I am gonna ban the phrase monster soon. Because what you should be drinking instead is advanced GG. That arg. How much milligram? Depends on the one. I think it's like 100 milligram. Hildren does damage. Yeah, Hildren's one of the highest damaging frames in the game right now because of Aegis scale stuff. That primes are so much easier to get than normal ones. I think that it's just a product of time. And I think that's perfectly fine that primes are easier to get. Easier access to stuff, I think, is one of those really important things. Breaking down barriers of access can be really, really impactful for games. And I think that the prime system sometimes being easier to farm than the normal ones is perfectly fine. Especially since we have a reason to farm the normal ones, being the helmet system. Especially if you're that late into the game. You missed the event? They bring back events like that every about 6 months, Kev, so don't worry. We'll have another one of those pretty quickly. If she was hard to get, I mean, she would still be oppressive, it's just her price would be expensive. People would instead just pay the X number of platinum for buying her. She's not, you know... People would instead just, instead of farming the prime, they would farm platinum to buy the normal. It would still be oppressive. Exchange thing, you have access to the normal one, but limited access to prime, so getting the primes more easily makes sense, you'd say? Yeah, exactly, because of the vaulting system as well. Right? You have the always accessible, you have the sometimes accessible, and the sometimes accessible is easier to get. So, to me, it's perfectly fine. Especially for frames that have really annoying farms, like Hildren, like Equinox. For some people, Harrow. I think it's all very good. Can I get this Goss Gold? Please? Please? Normal frames should only take a day to build, and prime frames that don't have any prime should take 3 days to build. I think that normal frame should be 24 hours, prime should be 72, and without any qualifier to it. Whee. I think it should just be basic like that. I think that Corpus Grenadier perspective, what frame would be the scariest to encounter? Necros. If your boss suddenly started shooting at you and started glowing green, I would be a little bit confused. Not bad, Zos. How are you doing today? We're like a ball hair away from hitting Partner Plus this month. I keep mentioning it because we're literally 4 reoccurring subs away. It's just like, that was my goal for the month, was to get that, and I'm just like, oh, we're so close. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm not too worried. You just got a lich in a single stab? Damn. I wish I had that kind of luck in my life. Got all the stuff you needed to do so you can chill at home now? Heck yeah. I feel like, oh, you know what? Maybe Grendel would be the most terrifying. Because he digests you or spits you at your friends. I want to say, Grendel? Yeah, either Grendel or Necros, I would say would be the most terrifying to fight against if you were Grunir Corpus. Necros is quite up there amongst the scariest frames. I mean, like, undead stuff is just terrifying. Like, if you had a bunch of zombies running at you, you would be terrified. And anyone who says, nah, man, it'd be different, I would like to point out to you the plague that we just had, where people couldn't figure out basic hygiene things. Zombies aren't real. They can't hurt you. Zombies are friends. Just get bitten by a zombie. You'll be fine. Slow or fast? Teleporting, actually. Just bite the zombie before it bites you? True. True and real.
Your relic is opened.
Nick straight up turning your allies against you? I mean, Necros kind of does that too. Actually, hold on. Damage decoy. Casting decoy on your friends and then just watching them have to, like, beat you senseless. That would be terrifying. Give it a week before people start a religion out of it? Oh, less than a week. Give it like 35 minutes. It's the raptor. It's finally come. Necromancer, a cleric that's a little bit late. True and real. Since World War, you'd love to see them try? Yeah. I was playing the Pandemic mobile game for about 15 years, and then the plague happened. And it proved all of the things inside of the Pandemic game as being accurate. It proved it all pretty quickly, actually. It's like, what do you mean people won't stay at home? Loki would be scary because you can't see him as he cuts you apart. True, that one would also be terrifying. See, at least Nezha just, like, puts you out of your misery real quick. You know, it's just like a little spear, a little heat, and then you're gone. Game over. Problem solved. You don't even know you're dead. Oh, Garuda would be pretty bad, too. Just death by 10 billion cuts. Oh, that would suck, too. Oh, I wouldn't like that one either. No thank you. Dagath would be terrifying? Dagath would be terrifying. Noko? I don't know. Noko, I feel like, would be like... Oh, wow, there's a cute little... Ah! And then you're dead. Like, you wouldn't even really get much time to process the fact that there's a cute little mushroom man coming at you. Corvax, true. Radiation, yeah, radiation poisoning is terrifying. Meeting Grendel probably wouldn't be fun. Grendel would not be fun to meet at all. No, Grendel would also be up in that category of no thank you. Cool if it with no melee weapon, just teleports in front of you, stares at you menacingly.
Hold out as long as you can.
Uranium fever? Hell yeah, let's go play some more Repo. Anytime that we picked up a uranium, like, glass thing in Repo when we were playing with Brosime, we just kept saying, uranium fever! Alright, GG squad. Yeah, alrighty, let's go. GG. Nidus would be scary too. True, Nidus would be scary. Mason might be scary if you're a super tanky enemy. I feel like that's just another death by 1,000 cuts, you know what I mean? Except it's death by 1,000 bullets appearing inside of your body and you don't get any chance to say no to it. Yeah, well, same thing. Okay, we gotta run quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. I just realized why this was not looking cool. Chaotic Verm, thank you very much for the tier 1 2 months. Appreciate you. Hop, hop, hop. Wouldn't that make the regulators tumor guns? I mean, you're not wrong. Oh my lord. This is gonna kill me. Oh. It's gonna kill me. We're so close. So close. GG. So close. Excalibur. Oh, that's a really pretty Excalibur. Well, that's really pretty. Okay, I do want to keep streaming for a little while, but I need to go just like take a quick break. We're 2 reoccurring subs away from hitting Partner Plus, so I'm gonna keep going, hoping that we get that. We're so close. I can taste it. So I'm just gonna take a quick little break here. So we'll be right back in just a few minutes. See you in a moment. All right, we're back. Why I can't do the circuit? It's because I was in the party with you. And I didn't choose stuff to do the circuit. Okay. Do I want to throw another form at this Nezha? What do we got? What do we got? We got anything tasty? We got alchemy. But I know we would have to go to 8 for alchemy to get a full form on my Nezha. We would need to do that. We're at 76. Kind of like 6-7. 6-7. Okay, who would like to join me? We're going to do an alchemy steel pad. Who wants to join? Alchemy steel path. Shiro. Shiro. Riaz, you're not online. Okay, we got room for one more. Commander, what's your in-game name? I don't know. Commander Dirk Knight. Or Commander Knight.
Navigation has been updated with new invasions. Chaos is spreading.
Okay, listen, I wouldn't do this if it wasn't for the fact that we're one reoccurring tier 1 sub away. So close. Need a moment? No worries. We can wait for you. We're waiting for Riaz anyway. I'm just gonna run to the washroom. I'll be right back. Shiro, thank you very much for converting from a prime to a tier 1. Heck yeah. Did that do it? Hold on. Hodl. Oh, it didn't count it. Hold on, we'll give it a minute to see if it counted that. It might be one of those things where it's like, technically your prime sub doesn't expire yet. It might be one of those things. I need to wait for your game to see if the name tag for laptop play nice. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. We'll wait to see if it updates and does it there or not. Now the thing is, like, we do need to do it for 3 months in a row, so this is just like step 1. Scroll up, Halo Knight. There we go. Thank you. I didn't see that you sent that. My apologies. There we go. We'll just go in for a 4. We'll go in for a 4. Oh my gosh. This is like one of those Sleep Token songs that I just imagine would be an anime outro credit song. Although I don't know for what anime it would be the outro song for. What anime would this song be an outro for? I feel like it would be Chainsaw Man. I want to say that this would be for Chainsaw Man. Still snowing in South Carolina and you have at least 7 inches of snow? Yeah, we got something like 2 and a bit feet of snow here in Toronto. Oh! Shiro, I appreciate the attempt. I appreciate you so much. We were expecting more on Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, we didn't get any snow. We were supposed to get more. Ending song for Erased. I don't know Erased. What is that one? Demon Slayer? Ooh, Demon Slayer. This would be another good one. E-R-A-S-E-D manga. May for the 20 months Prime Gaming. Heck yeah. I don't know this anime. Thank you so much, May, and thank you so much for the hype train, everybody. If you want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo, or not Twitch turbo, sorry, Twitch sub, or biddies, or anything like that. And if anyone does a reoccurring tier 1 sub, we will be at the hundo needed for the partner plus for the month, literally down to the wire. Oh, sorry, this has been like my goal all month was to hit this, so that's why I keep mentioning it. So I apologize. Sorry, I'm probably seem like I'm pandering too much. I'll stop. Solo leveling? Ooh, solo leveling. Man, I still haven't seen the anime. It's my favorite manga. It's my absolute favorite manga. Paramystic subbed at tier 1 for 2 months. Let's see, Para. Let's see. It hasn't refreshed yet, Para. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe, hopefully. We'll give it a minute to see if it refreshes. Back and forth. Yo, Big Dev, because your name is Para? Yeah, we got a few of you. We also got a few Rowans and a few Turbos and a few Irons, so it just kind of happens sometimes. Okay, Halo, this is a common bug that happens with consoles sometimes, so I'll shoot you back an invite here. Commander Knight, 1 second. This is a common bug. So we'll see if that you can get back in here. Cold. Toxin. Nope, not toxin. Heat. Okay, Halo, I did shoot you an invite. Let me know if you can get that and get back in here. Hopefully we can get you back in. Okay, let's just see if you can load fully back in. You might miss this relic, but if that happens, that's okay. You got the invite. It did say that you were joining the party, so we'll give it a second. Oh, I ran out of my thingy. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. Less than 400 intrinsics to max out your railjack. Ooh, that's not too bad then. They're loading? Yep, I see. They're getting in. And they're almost here. And almost good. And what bugs? So if you're on console, or if you're on sometimes consoles, sometimes on laptops, it just will kick you if you take too long to load. But then you can load back into the squad once you're fully loaded in here. It usually happens on Switches or old consoles or old laptops, typically speaking. Warframe Series X has to be on the SSD. Yeah, SSDs really do really drastically improve loading times. And if you're on laptops, another thing that's something I would really recommend is to any PC in the loading thingy, the launcher. You can go into the settings, and inside the launcher, you can click the optimize game files and verify game integrity. And that will drastically improve your loading times. Thank you very much, Paramystic, May, and Chaotic Verm for the hype train. Appreciate y'all. Wall boxes. There's one there. There's another there. Oh, double shot that one. Whoopsies. I don't know. I remember seeing on consoles that type of thing exists as well, but I can't remember if that's still there or not. The optimized game files and verify file integrity. Yeah, the older consoles, just because they're usually running on a spinning disk hard drive, they're usually a little bit slower. TX, how you doing? Welcome in. Sevagoat. We'll take the Venado. We hit it! Haha, nerds! We did it. Okay, stream's over. We got it! 1 of 3 down in before lock. Thank you, everybody. Now, we just have to do it 2 more months. But hey, listen, the first one's always the one that takes the most effort. So that's awesome. Thank you, everyone, for helping towards that. In case you're wondering what I was talking about, it's the Twitch Partner Plus program. If you have a certain amount of reoccurring subs a month, Twitch will give you a higher financial split between the two, between us. So at normal, it's 50-50, and if you hit Partner Plus at the first tier, then it's 60-40, and then if you hit Partner Plus Tier 2, which we are not going to hit at all, I'm not even going to try to hit that one for a long time, it becomes 70-30. So are you getting me a raise? Literally, yes. Because of all you, if we hit that for another 3 months, it's actually a really substantial amount more a month. So thank you, everybody. That's really, really, really awesome of you all. I actually didn't think it was going to happen, if I was going to be honest. So thank you. I appreciate you all. 20% raise? Yeah, it's, I mean, basically, yeah. Oh, status weapons against acolytes. No. We still gotta do it for 2 more months in a row, but the nice thing is that you only have to hit that once a year. So as long as you hit that once, then you're fine for a whole 12 months. So it's literally a, because of percentages, it goes from 50-50 to 60-40. It's essentially a 20% raise. It's really, really useful for your creators. So thank you all. I appreciate you. Hey, Firefist Ace, how you doing? Heat, please. Hey up. Hello, victims. Whee! Oh, I was looking down. That means I wanted to bullet jump down, not up. Thank you. And there we go. Everyone got all their candies. Okay, Halo Knight. Commander, you gotta go find the rest of your reactants. There is 10 on the field, so make sure you just wander around. Make sure you pick up the last 2 that you need. And then we should be all good here. And you got all your 10. Very nice. Okay, I do gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight. See you in a moment. Doing all right, Zenos. Grinding circuit for the spicy Latina medic. Ooh. For Trinity. I love Trinity. I actually really love Trinity. Like, I don't know why I don't play more Trinity. She fits very much into the playstyle that I like of like highly survivable support frames. I love those so much. Trinity is bae? It's true. It's true. Trinity is pretty dang cool. Not gonna lie. Trinity's your main choice for ETA? Honestly, yeah, she's a really good choice for ETA or EDA or any of those hard mode missions. Wow. All right. Valk is your EDA? Yeah, Valk is so good. Warframe usage chart, your Borharo was done so dirty. I know. Trinity for ETA? Yeah, just survivability, status immunity, supports your squad, gives them 75% damage reduction, heals, all around solid frame for that mode. For any of the hard mode missions, he's actually really good. Trinity is like, I love Trinity. Hey, Dial, it's been a long time. Welcome back. How you doing? Happy to have y'all. Ooh, 200% affinity. Okay, come over to this room here, squad. Taking a break from Warframe? Word! Never a bad idea to take a break from the game every once in a while. Can Oberon nuke? I mean, because of Smite, yeah. It's not like the craziest nuke out there, but yeah, because of Smite, absolutely. I think I just saw a cold here. I did. Man, that old piece of furniture just ruined me. I love alchemy. What's like your hot take mission type that you enjoy the most? That's like not one that a lot of people like. Alchemy is definitely the one that I like the most. Like out of, you know, other choices. Interception. Okay, why do you like interception? Why do you like spy? What makes you like those two missions? Because for me, like the reason why I like alchemy is because you're doing something other than just murdering, right? It's like a fun little mini game in between the murder, get your candies. Assault, like the Kuva Fortress mission? It just feels like a good time. That's fair. You tried messing about with him, a bit lately. What frame's that, douche? Also, how's IKEA been? Has he been traveling again? The minigame works if one person's doing it. True. Rage on Trinity and spam 3 and 4 and you never die as the enemies kill themselves. I mean, even with that, like, she doesn't need rage. Starting to get bored as can I give you a silly challenge? I might not do the silly challenge today, but I would love to know what the silly challenge is, and maybe I'll do it another day. Oberon? Ooh, Oberon is very good. Make a full map interception? I think that would just piss people off. But I would be down for it. He's just been busy with stuff. Going to meet him the first time in March. Ooh, that'll be fun. Are you gonna go over to? Are you going over to him, or is he coming over to you? Your favorite mission that most won't remember is Rush? Isn't that only an Arcwing now? I don't remember that being outside of Arcwing, but that might have been before my time. Trying to get him to play Warframe again? I mean, he'll be back. How do you get to LR5? You're struggling to reach 30? A lot of people always forget about companions. Some companions are worth 9,000 mastery because it includes the weapon. Do companions, anything that you don't have fully built or fully mastered, check your... Wow, my abilities just didn't want to go off, eh? Interesting. You're traveling there and going to meet several others you've known online as well. Oh, that'll be so much fun. Heck yeah. That'll be good times. Egg, what's up? Been a while. How you doing? Don't forget your amps. Yep, amps too. Yeah, we got one of the golds I was looking for. Whee! Be a first time traveling alone, so a bit nervous. You'll be fine. Whenever, like, I was a bit nervous for TennoCon last year, and then I ended up just like finding all my friends from streaming, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm fine. Like, once I found the friendos, I was like, oh, this is easy. So once you find your friendos, you will be having a nice chill time. A nice chill time. Pyrotechnics on Ember first, opinion? I would say it's not a bad choice, but I don't necessarily think it's the best choice, because typically with pyrotechnics, you want to be able to take advantage of the ragdoll shenanigans, and actually, to be fair, Healing Flame does knock enemies down, but I don't know if it counts as ragdolling them. So I think with, like, not Healing Flames, whatever her ability is, counts as ragdoll. I can't remember if it does. Only count for the first one for each race, or counts whenever we get new ones. It's whenever it's the breed. So Raska Kavat is different than Hurus. Raska Kubro is different than Hurus Kubro. Each of those are worth 6,000 mastery. And like the Sentinels, any version of the Sentinel. So what? The Shade has 3 different Sentinels. 3 different versions. Each of them and their weapons count as individuals. So Shade, Shade Prime, Prisma Shade, Burst Laser, Burst Laser Prime, Prisma Burst Laser. Those are all individual mastery improvements. And Sentinels, remember, are technically speaking 9,000 mastery, not 6,000, because their weapons also count, and their weapons are 3,000. So each of those shades is 9,000 mastery. Right? A lot of people forget that companions are actually a really, really, really good source of the mastery. Worm also, if you don't have either of those, yeah, like there's a few different versions of companions out there. I don't know if the hounds and their weapons count as separate ones. I want to say the hounds do. Oh, the one caveat to that though is the claws for the beast companions don't count as for mastery. So a Hurus Kubro and the Hurus claws is only 6,000 mastery. It's not 9,000 mastery. Same with, you know, the Pharaohs, the Predicites, the Vulpophilas, the Kavats. Those all count as only 6,000 mastery each. Okay, be careful. We don't have all of our candies yet. So maybe wait before going here. Venari, I think, does count as only 6,000. I don't think Venari counts as 9,000. Actually, hold on. I don't even remember if Venari technically counts. I know Venari's claws definitely don't count, but I can't remember if Venari counts. I don't think Venari does. And I don't think Exalted Weapons do. If memory serves correctly, that's like 2 exceptions to the system. If I remember correctly. It hurts to see. I know, right? I feel that pain. No Exalteds? Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think Exalteds count towards mastery. Venari provides mastery, though? I don't think Exalteds do, so that'd be surprising if Venari does. But maybe I'm wrong there. Wiki says so? Okay, then, I mean, you know. It's one of those things where sometimes weird stuff exists in the game. Okay, there is 9 reactant on the field squad, so make sure you wander around and go grab that. There is 10, I should say, sorry. I don't think Gerudo's counts as an Exalted, and I think that's why that works. Can Hydroid be played as a caster? Yeah, absolutely. Breach Surge Hydroid is really strong. Shouldn't it show on the profile completion if it does? Theoretically, yes. Theoretically. Breach Surge over is 2? Typically, yeah. Either Breach Surge over is 2 or Breach Surge over is 4. His 4 is like neat, but it's not the best. Like when we're talking about like if you're going for a pure caster build, his 4 and his 2 are the 2 abilities that you would probably be helmeting over. Yeah, I agree. It would be cool to have K drives in missions. Reactant's so weird to obtain. You're punished for clearing fast. I mean, typically speaking, it's not problematic. Usually speaking, it's not. But of course, can be problematic, of course. Okay, that deck track peeps. We're out of here. Up, 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 up. I'm just losing my mind. Don't mind me. Yeah, companions are really a very good source of mastery that people usually forget about. Like each of those different companions, that's 6,000 each, and then whatever weapons they have, that's 3,000 on top of that, right? So if that's 3,000 times 9, that's 27,000 mastery right there. 6,000 times 17, that's what? 100 some odd thousand? No, that's not how that works. 6,000 times 17. Oh yeah, it's 102,000. I was actually right. I can do quick mental math. Estimating. I'm not good at keeping things straight, but you know. You want to keep one of every item you master? That's what I do. Can you please tell me why you see everyone easily accumulate 100,000 on that meter when using Gara, but for you it charges like 4,000 per cycle of her skills? Do you mean her second ability, Soul Taker? Do you mean Splinter Storm's AoE damage? Is that what you're referencing? Splinter Storm, it's breaking Mass Vitrify with your first ability while this is active. It will both refresh the ability refresh the ability's duration, as well as stack damage from Massive Vitrify and Shattered Storm, Shattered Lash. So you cast the 4, you cast the 1 while this is active, and that will increase this damage further. If that's what you're talking about. Stops people from using stupid nuke builds that make you that stops your teammates from playing the game. Yeah, it's like it's one of those things where also the other side of it is that as you kill enemies, the faster you kill enemies, the faster enemies spawn, which then means the more likelihood for corrupt enemies to get corrupted because there's more enemies, blah 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 blah. So like, you know, there is some cycle to that like kind of fits together. But like typically speaking, yeah, oh yeah, that's right. The 5 Tau Forge casting speed charts. Let me just double check to make sure I'm not losing my mind here in case there's something else here. You are the problem, you're just proving the point. I mean, Dials isn't wrong. If you're blowing up everything so that things can't spawn and get whatchamacallit, then, you know, there's the problem. But, like, the amount of things that die faster, you know, the faster things die, the faster things respawn, and then things to get corrupted, and blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, it does become a bit annoying. For when people are playing that nuke-style frame and they're just not paying attention, and then they complain, "Brr." So, yeah, do you mean the damage meter down there? The one that's underneath the chat there? If that's what you're talking about, yeah, it's every cast of Match Vitrify, and then breaking it with your first ability. See how it's going up? So every time you cast Match Vitrify, break, Match Vitrify, break, Match Vitrify, break, break, and it goes up. And that's the AoE damage that her second ability will be doing. Right? Damage reduction and all that. Woo. See? So that's the damage that the second ability does, and that's how you charge it up, by casting your first and then there. Do you know why you're only getting between 90 and 120 frames per second with a 5070 and an AMD 8700F? Why you would be getting that? Okay, so depending on what settings you have in your game, graphics cards won't activate other portions of their graphics card unless it's needed in order to get your targeted frame rates. Right? So think of it as like part of your graphics card is asleep. I found actually increasing my graphics in certain areas increased my frames per second, because it forced parts of my graphics cards that I wasn't necessarily using into like to kickstart and actually function. The other thing, of course, since you're on NVIDIA, you can always use DLSS, and that will help you with your frame rates as well. But I'll say, like, as someone who does streaming and, like, you know, I multi-stream, so I'm going to separate platforms. I usually sit around 100 FPS in missions with squads. So sitting at 90 to 120 on a 5060 is about what you would expect, depending on what your graphics settings are. Hey, Fred, welcome back. How you doing? It's all on high? Yeah, so if it's all on high, then you probably are sitting at what your graphics card can put out. Yeah. Very unrelated to Warframe, but you love my taste in music? Thanks! Yeah, I mean, typically speaking, like, that's kind of where you're going to be sitting at for your frames, right? Like, I have my frames set to be maxed at 120 for graphics card stuff. That low, you expected more? If you're running all high on your graphics, then that's kind of what you should be expecting with 5060. That is basically what you should be expecting. And it also depends on, like, other stuff down here. Like, these ones here, these really take a hit on your graphics card. Especially this one here. So the only thing that I would really recommend is, like, take a look at what you have here. You know, like, motion blur will drop your FPS, depth of field, volumetric lighting, dynamic lighting, local reflections, all this will hit your graphics card pretty hard. So if you have all of these on, that's also probably hitting your FPS. Pretty hard, actually. Especially this stuff down here, especially this one here. This will really tank your FPS, actually. This is surprisingly heavy on your FPS. This one, sun shadows, dynamic lighting, volumetric lighting, these stuffs here will really, really hit you. So if you're having FPS things, like, look at these options down here more than the options up there. You settings are about the same as mine? Yeah, I get about 120, and that's with a 9070 XT, so about 3 or 4 cards up levels than yours. And it runs perfectly fine. Can you make this short? It is short. Yeah, I'm actually I'm testing my graphic settings right now, actually, because I want to see if I can get like more consistency with my FPS. Because like until they bring in FSR 4, I'm not going to really bother with FSR. FSR 2 is just not that great. Can I link that short? There you go. But like, I think what's happening right now with my GPU is I've hit that point where it's not working hard enough to kick into gear for certain areas. So I want to like see if I can fine tune my graphics a little bit better to get more consistent frame. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how it all goes. But I want to just sort of keep it at the 120. I don't want to go above this because my GPU doesn't like my screens to go up to the 165. The monitor is technically overclocked at 165. So I run at 120 just to keep it consistent. Do I ever run non-helmet Neja? Yeah, not really frequently, all that much these days, because I just like being able to customize my frame more. So not a whole ton now, but used to, yeah. Like, I want to try, like, throwing a couple of these on Ludicrous. And, like, just, like, see where I end up, FPS-wise. So you guys upgrading the GPU in the future? The biggest thing that I would suggest is to take a look at, like, take a look inside of your NVIDIA settings, take a look inside of your game settings, start there first. Because tinkering with settings and, like, tinkering with your power plan if you're on Windows will really, really boost up your FPS. So, for instance, like, let me see if I can just pop this up here. Without doxing myself. Yeah. So, like, here on Windows, if you choose, like, depending on what card you're in, they'll interact a little bit differently and weirdly with your system, especially on Windows right now. The other thing that you might want to do is take a look at, like, are you on a laptop or a PC? You have a 8400, so I'm guessing you're on a laptop. 8700, you said? F? That's usually a laptop. You're on a PC? Okay. I forgot that they released those as a PC SKU and not just a mobile SKU. And by mobile, I mean, whatchamacallit, DDR5, yeah. So, if you have the ability to, like, going into your BIOS and making sure that you have XMP turned on, or AMD Expo turned on, that's another way. There's a really good YouTube creator called Jay's 2 Cents. He does tech stuff, and he'll release stuff, videos saying, like, here's how you can improve your PC, here's how you can optimize it, and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's much more of the game or your hardware thing, it's probably Windows being shit. Hate to say it, Windows is trash. We call it micro slop for a reason. No matter how much that CEO would like us to not do it. Like, for some AMD cards, you need to run on balanced. For some AMD cards, you need to run on high performance. For some NVIDIA cards, ultimate performance, and like stuff like that. So the biggest thing that I would recommend is like mess around with your settings. Your RAM should be at 5200, but it's at 4800. When you change it to XMP, you're getting no display. Yeah, that's another problem sometimes as well. So stuff like that. Constantly reminded to switch to Linux. I'm literally just waiting for a few things to get figured out for me to switch over to Linux. I do not want to be with Windows anymore. I'm waiting for confirmation that DaVinci will work natively on Linux and that all of my Elgato suite works on Linux. And I'm just waiting on a few things there, and then I'll be switching over. Probably to either Bazite or Kashi. Most likely Kashi. Custom Windows OS is where it's at for you. Yeah, there's also like tools that you can download through for Windows that allows you to remove a bunch of stuff. DaVinci works in Linux, you're very certain of it. There's some things that work in Linux, not all of them. Do you only have that short for Health Tank Garuda for Garuda build? Yeah. You met Jay from Jay's 2 Cents at Micro Center opening in Charlotte, North Carolina. Really nice guy. Yeah, I've only heard positive things about Jay. I've only heard things about very, very good things about Jay. Yeah, that's the only Garuda short I got. Gore, sorry. You know, because you also use that? Okay, I'll have to look into it. You really hoping with the release of the Steam Machine with Steam OS? Honestly, that's kind of what I'm pushing. I'm waiting for. I want to see if the Steam Machine, the Steam Cube or whatever the hell, Gabe Cube. I want to see if that brings Steam OS to a proper PC release. I'm already all AMD, so I don't care about that. I don't need to worry about the whole AMD, NVIDIA, Linux shenanigans with drivers. So I have no problems with that. And I know like Warframe plays natively on Linux without a concern. And on top of that, because they're using Vulkan for the Google phones for Androids, I really want to see Vulkan come to PC. I really want Vulkan to come to PC. Heckles, welcome in. How you doing today? You can always run Linux from a bootable USB, test stuff out on your end. Yeah, so the other thing is that I'm also waiting to pick up a Gen 5 drive. Vulkan is already natively on PC? Yeah, but Warframe doesn't run on Vulkan. That's what I'm talking about. Warframe doesn't have Vulkan as a launch option. Is what I'm talking about. Hey, Umbra, how you doing? I want Warframe to be in Vulkan because it's just a better system. Welcome on in, everybody. How you doing today? Heckles, welcome on in. Thanks for the raid. If you're new to the stream, welcome on in. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube as well as being an official Warframe content creator. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. I hope that you had a wonderful day. If you got a raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome to. Any fixes of not getting display turning on XMP? Usually what that means is you may need to update your BIOS on your computer. Which I still need to do a BIOS update on this computer. I haven't done it yet. Valheim gives the option to run on Vulkan. Yeah, Valheim gives you an option to run on Vulkan. Doom runs on Vulkan. It's wild. If you ever want to see the power of Vulkan, like the Vulkan engine, physics engine, play Doom on DX11 or DX12 or whatever DX it has, and then switch it to Vulkan and you'll watch your frame rates go up like triple. It's hilarious. Like Doom on Vulkan runs at 400 frames a second. Doom on DirectX runs at like 200 frames a second. It's crazy. But you must go, no worries. Go rest, go relax. Go rest, go relax. PoE 2 has Vulkan as well. Yeah, Vulkan is a really, really solid. Like, I don't know. I'm not that big of a tech wizard, but I do. Whenever I see Vulkan, I always test Vulkan to normal, and it's always an FPS improvement. Every single time. Without a fail. Like Baldur's Gate 3, it was like 90 FPS difference on ultra settings, like all going ham. Why is Vigos at such high crit chance? Because it's a good weapon. Single shot weapons usually will have higher, especially semi-auto ones like that will generally have very high base stats like that. So, been on legs for about 2 years now. Yeah, I mean, if SteamOS comes out, I will be going. From the little research you did, DaVinci is going to work well on Debian-based Linux. Yeah, I'll probably be either on Arch or probably Arch, yeah. What's Cashy on? Is Cashy Arch? I think Cashy's Arch. And I think Bazite's also Arch. And I'll probably be going with one of those two. Bazite, you know, it's just immutable, so I don't break myself. Because I'm not techie enough, nor do I have the time or patience to learn how, like, the stuff to do with OS. Like, that's why I'm gonna go with, like, Bazite, because it's immutable. I can't go in and screw something up. I can't have something get screwed up, right? Because this is my work. I need this computer to be working 24/7. I can't have downtime. Like, Star Citizen, a couple friends of yours uses Vulkan. Vulkan is default settings, is what the game's whole engine's built on. It can use the X12, but it's meant to use Vulkan. Yeah, Vulkan is just super nice. Vulkan is just super good. Like I said, if I had the opportunity to play Warframe on Vulkan, I would take it in a heartbeat. All right, to thank Heckle for the raid, we'll do a quick little giveaway. So type !join if you want in for a Lavos Prime Blueprint package. Anybody's welcome to join, even on your first message. So you've been lurking, you're welcome to join. We do not have giveaways on other streams. So if you want to join the giveaway, just click the link in the description, pop on over. All right, Turbo, what'd you send? What do we got? Interos, Noko can be a bit hard to fashion. Yeah, I agree. Noko is a little bit hard to fashion. Lavosh. Ooh, but that looks really good. I think this green in here, if it's appearing darker because of look link, then ignore me. But I think this could go a little bit brighter here, Turbo. It is darker because of look link? Okay, yeah. If it's darker because of look link, then that's kind of the only real comment I have. But I really do like that. What did my Noko fashion ended up as? Oh yeah, this one. Orange, blue, white, and some purple in there too. Some pinks. And I went with kind of a tech-roddy mushroom look. And what's my other one? Oh yeah, just a super mushroom. I know, I hate red, black, and white. I know. But it does look really good. And then just like a more classic mushroom. Although I'm not a biggest fan of this. I think I need to get this toning a little bit better. What was this one? Yeah, actually. Huh. Actually, I think that's exactly what I want. Well, that was convenient. Huh. Huh, that was convenient. And then this one, I want a little bit darker. But like, not too yellow. Ooh, maybe like that. Yas. Yas. Yeah. Oh. Oh, I don't like how that turned out. Oh no. What have I done? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I've screwed it up. Oh no, chat. Oh no. I screwed it up. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm gonna go back to the side. Donna. Copy main. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Look at my little sprottles. Look at my little sprottles. Oh yeah, this is the other one that I like too. But I'm a big fan of orange and blue. But this is probably my favorite. I think I need to darken this blue down a little bit though. Oh no, it's on a weird color palette. Ooh, that is... Oh. Oh. That one or that one? 1 or 2? Chat, 1 or 2? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2? 2, 1, 1. Okay, we're tied. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, top 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. Chizzy or band? Okay, we'll go with that one. Just immediate ban. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, no, you were right. Okay, 2 club wins. 2 club was right. You were just about to open up a poll? Nah. Who should I do a fashion on? I haven't done like an actual fashion in a long time. Who should I do a fashion on? Someone that I play frequently. Ash? I kind of like this Ash. Is that Careless Whisper? Yes. Technically, it's either. Caliban? I feel like I've already got some good Caliban ones. I got some pretty good... This was a bibbity boppity or fashions on my property. I stole this from Blue. This is my normal... No, not that one. This is my normal. Nope, that's not that one. This is my normal. Firefist Ace, what's your in-game name? Go to loadouts and hit random. You know what? You're right. Where's the random loadout? You're right. Let's randomize loadout. Ooh, we're doing a wisp fashion. All right. All right, we can do a wisp fashion. Just buy a new slot here. Yoink, you're just gonna yoink my fashion? Rude. What skins do I got for Wisp? Wisp Immortal? Marie? Oh, I should have bought this when it was on sale. I really should have bought this one and this one. I should have bought both of these. These are beautiful. Oh. Firefist Ace, if you want to let me know what your in-game name is so I can send you an invite. Okay, that actually kind of goes hard. I don't like this helmet, though. I really love this Dex helmet. The Dex helmet's actually really nice. Okay, that actually goes really hard. Damn, random just hits right sometimes. Sheesh. I think this color needs to go darker. That dark or like that? I think that one. I like sort of this like color there. No, it was Sevagoth. It was my Sevagoth fashion. I know what one you're talking about. I'm like 99% certain it was my Sevagoth. Repo again anytime soon? Yeah, we I forget when we're planning on doing it, but we are planning on doing it again, and we'll probably get like Flynn and maybe another creator in, and we'll do a 6-player squad. Okay. Firefist Ace, if you can take that invite when you're good, I would greatly appreciate that. And then we'll keep taking a look at what people sent here. I do have to run a quick ad break here, though. My apologies. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me. You want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you a second. Gonna survive a round? Definitely not. Knowing my luck in that game and my impatience of like staying together, nah, I just wander off. Feel like it was Wisp? You know what? I think you're right. Now that I'm remembering what you're talking about, because I did do just sort of like a little variety short. Session not found? Okay, you might need to restart your game then, Ace. Or Ace. Let me try again here. Yeah, it says that the invite's going out to you. You might need to restart your game. Oh, there we go. I love this song. You know what? This is too neutral. I feel like that white needs to go brighter. I feel like that it having so much blue tint in it on that white is making it blend too much into the colors on her skin there, the rest of the armor. I think that white needs to be a little bit brighter. Just get a little bit more vibrancy into the frame. Yeah. Ace! Firefist Ace, where are you? Come get your goodies. Hard white? I think I would still want to keep it like a cool white. Right? So it matches into the rest of the color palette. So it'll still be looking at sort of like a bluish white. What is happening here? How are we having this much problems here? Could not deliver invitation. Okay, Ace, Firefist Ace, do you want to restart your game and let me know when you restarted? And then I'll send you an invite. And if we can't do it today, we'll get it to you another time. I keep track of stuff like that. Because it happens every once in a while. Douche Lord, you're no-ko. No-ko-ko-ko. Ooh, that looks cute. Ooh. I like that a lot, actually. I like the red in that. Just to break it up. Abs, what you got? Amber, she pink. If you add in a darker color into this, it gives it some really nice shadows in like the musculature and the abs. If you add like the second energy color a little bit darker, it actually looks really solid. Ooh, that's a nice looking. Ooh, I like that Cali. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah. Protea. It's okay, Ace. Firefist Ace, it happens all the time. It's just to do with the chat servers. Sometimes the chat servers get a little bit cranky. It's probably not you. It's probably something to do with the game. Like, it happens all the time. Not that big of a deal. How about this, Firefist Ace? Just because I'm wrapping up here, can I interest you in a formal bundle instead of a Lavos? Or we can get it to you next week when I'm live next. Your choice. Dealer's choice. Just because this migraine is getting a little angry at me. Ember Heirloom only has one energy color. If you put on a Forma onto your Ember, it'll unlock the second one. See, 2 energies. 2 energies, 2 missives. Once you get a forma on there, it unlocks second emissive and second energy color. Alrighty. We're gonna try one more time. And Firefist Ace, can you let me know if you're chill with either waiting or waiting till next week or a formal bundle right now? Your choice. Oh, based on the fact that you haven't said anything in a while, makes me think that you might have crashed. Which Caliban summon is the one that makes him good for defense? That is the Summulists. All of them are good for defense, but the Summulists are the best choice. My Wisp, yeah. While we're waiting for Firefist Ace here, we'll keep working on this Wisp fashion a bit. So this blue is off of the Eminence tiles, Eminence set. Oh, you know what? I kind of like that purpley blue there more. Yeah, I think going this a little bit brighter, but still keeping it a cool white is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. Meow, see? Meow. Okay, game crashed on you? Okay, so Ace, I have to get going because I've got a really bad migraine coming in and I need to deal with that. So 2 options for you. We can get you the Lavos later on next week, or I can get you a formal bundle right now. Your choice. Dealer's choice. Until Look Link gets solved, May, I don't feel comfortable doing a fashion contest. Since I run fashion contests through Look Link, and with Look Link now being really messed up, I'm not going to be running a fashion contest for a while. Although we might do one for maybe a stretch goal for, really doesn't want me to have that Lavos? Yeah, so you let me know which one you want. I've got a migraine coming, so I'm ending stream. Wants the Lavos next week or Forma bundle now. Maybe we'll make it a stretch goal for the subathon, and we'll do a fashion contest, and we'll just like go into a dojo. We'll find ourselves a dojo to go hang out in and do it that way. Next week is fine? Perfect. Lavos Prime. Okay, there we go. Turn off character shadows and change some settings where applicable. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Maybe there's some like options that we can do to make it work better for Look Link. And like get Look Link looking best that we can. So we'll figure that out sort of as we go. But I think maybe a whatchamacallit, maybe we'll do a fashion contest during the subathon. Alrighty, everybody. We are calling it here for me today. Thank you very much, Heckle, for the raid. Thank you very much, Paramystic, for the 2 months tier 1. Thank you very much, May, for the 20 months prime. Chaotic Verm, thank you very much for the 2 months prime. Scotty G, thank you very much for the 9 months tier 1. And sorry, Chaotic Verm, it was 2 months tier 1. Thank you, Miralabe, for the raid. Thank you, Giaccio515, for the new prime. Thank you, Paramystic, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Andromeda, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Sorono no Kitsune, for the 3 months tier 1 in advance. Thank you, Ace, for the 4 gifted. Thank you, JP, for the 3 months tier 1. Thank you, Norse, for the 5 months prime. Thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted. And thank you, Dovalat, for the 6 months tier 1. So everyone, we're going to call it here for me today. I hope that you all had a wonderful time. We'll be back on Tuesday, as usual. And next week, we'll be getting prepped for the next patch, which will be out the week after on the Wednesday. But I hope that you all had a wonderful time today. I hope that you all have a wonderful night and rest of your weekend. I am going to go drop you all off with drop you off with this one. All right, everybody. I hope you all have yourselves a wonderful night. Go spend a whole 60 seconds. Go say hi to J-Chan. If you got a raid, if you got a sub, there's some emotes for you to throw at J-Chan. For everyone else, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful evening. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday. See you, everybody. Peace.